I got it, you would like. We are live on the track. You have the girls 4x8, one heat, 13 teams, D2 and D3 and D4 centric field. You have a cameraman panning all over the place. You got Carson City, Crystal, Reed City, Fowler, Shepherd, Hart, Alma, Breckenridge, Saugatuck, P-Dub, or Pewamo, Westphalia. I usually get that wrong. Remus, Chippewa Hills, Cadillac, and Lansing Catholic. Cadillac ranked number 7 in D2. In D3, you've got the number 1 ranked team of Francis Malin, Lindsay Ludwig, Josie Bishop, and Grace Wanch. They're from Lansing Catholic, ranked number 1 in the division, already early qualified for state. You got P-Dub, ranked number 3 in D3. Chippewa Hills ranked number 4. And then you have a Breckenridge squad hoping to crack the top 3 at state. Through one lap, it appears that Malin is in first. Right aside is Cadillac. I believe that's Chippewa Hills. And they go through the quarter mile in about 74 seconds. D3 early qualifier is 9:55.9. This is an early qualifying meet. D2 early qualifier is a 9:43. Cadillac comes in with a 9:50 seed time, so about 7 seconds away, and it appears they're really working for it here in this first lap, hoping to grab that early qualifier. Lansing Catholic in second. I believe that to be Chippewa Hills in third. And it appears to be Saugatuck in fourth. Lansing Catholic kind of battling back here. Relay handoff will be at 2:26. Excellent over 2:28. And around 2:30. Bunch of girls teams on pace for a sub 10. Breckenridge gets a 2:39. The D4 early qualifier is 10:15. Breckenridge hoping to run around 10:20 here today. That would be close to that. Don't mind me moving the clock, I just not used to a Mac. Cadillac still holding on to the lead here, about 5 meters on Lansing Catholic. Clock working? Seems to be, yep. These girls handed off around 2:26, 2:28. So that means they're around 70-ish, 72 for that first lap. Chippewa Hills in second, Saugatuck in third, or Chip Hills in third, Saugatuck fourth. Breckenridge looking to battle back here. Cadillac and the backstretch has opened up their lead, sitting at about, I would say, 15 to 20 meters right now. Reminder, 9:43 is the early qualifier. That's around 226, 225, 226 per participant, per relay member. Cadillac team consisting of 4 members: Chloe Mazza, Holland Hansen, and Ella McInerney. Anyhow, the Vikings look like they're going to hand off in first place, 4:55 or so through 2 laps, or 2 relay members, I should say. Lansing Catholic in second. Chip Hills in third. Saugatuck in fourth. Excellent exchange there. Hart fifth. P-Dub sixth. Breckenridge seventh. Five laps in, Cadillac still in the lead. Continuing to extend that cushion on Lansing Catholic. Hoping to push it, perhaps get an early qualifier. Chip Hills, an excellent third leg, first lap of the third leg. Cutting into the gap on Lansing Catholic. Saugatuck still in fourth, Hart in fifth, P-Dub sixth, Breckenridge in seventh. Cadillac coming up on the final exchange. That exchange is made at around 7 minutes, 30 seconds. Chippewa Hills with an excellent third leg. Leading into the close here. They have grabbed second place. Lansing Catholics in third. Cadillac has just hit the bell around 8 minutes 45 seconds. Hopefully looking to get under 10 minutes. Lansing Catholic has battled back into second, followed closely by the Chippewa Hills Warriors.
Your attention, please. Coaches and athletes are only allowed on the infield. No spectators are allowed on the infield. The entrance onto the track from the south is only for athletes and coaches. Spectators should be in the booth.
Cadillac still winning this thing by a comfortable margin. Doesn't look like they'll get that state qualifier, the early qualifier, but a win is a win, and we take 10 points anytime we can get it. Chippewa Hills with an excellent performance here. Looks like they might break their seat time. They come through. It's about 10:07. Let's see what these results may say. Yes, that was Cadillac in first, 10:05.21. Chippewa Hill second in 10:11.23. Retaining their fourth place finish, or fourth place ranking in D3. Doesn't appear that live results are on their best behavior so far. Plus we got a huge bug in this room, just bothering me, but topic for another day. Boys are on the track for their 4x8, containing 11 teams: Ionia, P-Dub, Fowler, Sacred Heart, Hart, Saugatuck, Caddy, Manton, Alma, Shepherd, and Lansing Catholic. Lansing Catholic's already run 8:13, which is the top seed time. Also, the early qualifying time. They hit it at Kent City last week. Top time in D3. Other also represented this field Guamo Westphalia. They're not running their A squad. They've already gone 823 so far this year. Bodie Heiss in the lead there for Alma. Followed quickly, I believe that's by Cahoon for Shepherd. Clock doesn't seem to be working right now, but we can assume they're probably around 60, 59, 60 seconds or so. Heiss has opened up a little bit of a lead here, 500-meter mark. This is an Alma team that always is competitive in D2. They came in third on the C list, but if they're running their A squad, they can definitely be the favorite here. Field isn't necessarily as strong as the girl side of it, but when you have teams like Alma, Shepherd, Hart, Lansing Catholic, you can definitely represent in the state standings. Anyhow, Bryce Cahoon grabs the lead at the end of the first leg. I believe that to be Elijah Baltier, but let me look at it's going to be Ezekiel Baltier on the second leg for the Alma Panthers. .200 meters in, 1,000 meters into the lead, into the race. Baltier has grabbed the lead, extending it down the backstretch of his first lap. And continuing to pour it on. He's up on about a 5-meter lead on Shepherd as he goes through 400 meters. And continues to extend that lead 500 meters into his leg. And the gap only appears to be growing. Alma won last year here. They got Luca LeBron as their third leg, overcoming a little case of shin splints earlier this year. Probably had a saxophone concert last night. And he'll be followed by their stud middle distance runner who just set a school record in 4:16 for the 1600, Thomas Larson. And in the meantime, by all that talking, it appears that giant bug has left the premises. So I will be safe here. Luca LeBron's gotten the handoff. He's followed by Shepherd in second place. Cadillac in third. Manton, I believe that to be in fourth. New team included here. I don't recognize the jersey, so I'm going to guess that's Manton. The Rangers. Saugatuck right behind. Lansing Catholic in sixth. LeBron still in first place. Followed by Shepherd. Still within striking distance. Probably about 30 meters behind right now. Manton in third. Cadillac in fourth. Lansing Catholic moving up. And we have a clock moving now. Let's see if I can move this clock a little bit here. down there. Look at those computer skills. LeBron moving through the lapped runners quite easily. His compression sleeve and orange shoes flying through the wind. He's going to hand off in first place. They are at 6:05. The early qualifying mark in D2 is 8:01. A 156 from Larson can etch the Panthers a spot at the state finals. He's really getting after it these first 100 meters. Shepard still in second. Lansing Catholic hands off in third. Manton getting after it in fourth place. I believe that to be Robert Dykehouse. I believe that's his name.
Did Lansing Catholic girls scratch?
Larson goes through 400 meters. He's at 7:10. That's about 3:50 to go. A reminder, he has to get to 8:01 to notch an early qualifier. He gets 200 to go, around 7:37. Does not look like that's going to happen. But as I said for the girls' race, 10 points is 10 points. The Alma boys are in a great spot right here, leading up to a second foray into state success in the 4x8. Larson cruises it in, casually gaining 10 points for his orange and black. 8:09 for the win for the Panthers. Nolan Longoski from Shepard. He's going to grab second place. The I-27 corridor, grabbing 18 points.
This is the third and final call for the girls 100-meter dash prelims. Second call boys 100-meter dash prelims, and first call for the girls 100-meter hurdle prelims.
That was Mr. Dykehouse from Manton. In third, I believe that to be Lansing Catholic. Fourth, may have been Fowler in fifth. We'll see the results here. Let's take a look at these results. Alma first place, Shepard second, Manton third. Fowler was fifth. Fowler came out with a seat time of 9:02. They're on 8:43. There we go. Early qualifier for those D4 boys is 8:25, but state qualifier is 8:47. Fowler boys were underneath that. Regionals in 2 weeks. Nice confidence boost. Girls 100-meter hurdle heats are ready to go. Looks like we got some results for the boys 4x8. I think there's a little confusion with the girls 4x8, but if anyone's going to solve any confusion, it's Carrie Hamill. So I wouldn't worry about that too much if you're watching.
It is up here in the press box.
That was a number 24 time in the state of Michigan by Elma. And that's with Larson shutting it down. Final 200 meters. Shepard, number 43 in the state. Bryce Cahoon, Ian McNeil, Drew Davis, and Nolan Longuski. I lied, it's girls 100-meter prelims. Ben Young, my Lansing Christian guy. You're welcome for the live stream. Just a reminder, in these EQ meets, you can run an early qualifier from any race, whether that be a semi, a prelim, a final, a rerun. Well, I'm not sure for a rerun, but semi, prelim, or final. Really not going to get any semis in Michigan, so it's really going to be prelims and finals. Anyhow, for girls, early qualifier for 100 meters, D2 is 12.6, D3 is 12.8, and D4 is 13 flat. Isabel Wood is the top seed time at 12.8. She's followed by Addison Hovey, 12.96. Katie Spicer, 12.97. Spicer's ranked 9th in D4 at the time, or at this time. So is Hovey, 9th for D3. Isabel Wood sits down there a bit for D2. She's 24th. Strong D2 sprints. In this field, no one has hit the EQ in an early qualifying meet. A couple of those girls are close on time, or from last year, or in dual meets, but haven't hit it thus far in 2025. All right, appears we have some girls on the line. First heat, you got Julia Ford from Saugatuck, Tristan Thompson, Alma, Addison Smith from P-Dub, Addison Hain, Hart, Gracie Gerd, part of a good Potterville sprinting squad, Sydney Lugochi from Shepherd, Molly Crawford from Clare, and Riley Stoddard from Manton. So usually a two-section final here. So I'd assume that the top 16 times make it through. Don't quote me on that. And they're off in this first sprint heat. Won by Addison Hain of Hart, 13:32. Close, very close to a season best for her.
This is the third and final call for the boys 100-meter dash prelims, second call girls 100-meter hurdle prelims, and first call boys 110-meter hurdle prelims.
Followed by Gracie Gerd from Potterville, Addison Smith from P-Dub in third, Sydney Galgochi, Shepherd, fourth. Anyway, girls 4x8 results are in. You had Cadillac, 10:05, first place. Chip Hill, second, in 10:11. Lansing Catholic, 10:16, they were third. Saugatuck, 10:26. Fourth. Hart with a season's best. They run 10:28, finished fifth. P-Dub, sixth in 10:43. Breckenridge Huskies 10:48, and Fowler at 10:56. Second heat on the track. Appears to be Bailey Muzzati from Lansing Catholic who's going to take this one. Season's best coming into this was 13:25. She runs 13:21, her best time of the year thus far. Reed City's Molly Carlson, the Coyote, running 13:37. Season's best, close to a lifetime best. Reagan Meyer, a Breckenridge Husky that's been around for a while. Runs a half a second season's best. She runs 13:37. Looks to be a slight crosswind. It's definitely not a headwind, that's for sure. Wind-wise, we're not really concerned about that for early qualifiers or for results this year. You're not getting points taken away from you if you run with a tailwind. Third heat getting ready. Headlined by Michaela Spitzley from an excellent Fowler Eagle sprint program. Next to her in lane 5 is Bailey Clapp, an outstanding long jumper for Breckenridge. Whistle sounding. Officials getting the folks into order. Third heat is about to jump off. Breckenridge out well. Clapp hitting the lead at 60 meters. She holds. So it looks like she's running a pretty fast time. Followed closely by Spitzley. 13:23, Bailey Clapp. Season's best. Spitzley second, 13:38. Kaylin Ahrens with a nice time. Her first sub 14 of her career. Runs 13:9. Ginger Maddox, hello as well. And you're welcome. Fourth heat, ripping and ready to go. Headlined by Abby Boyd, a Claire Jr. She's run 13:15 already this year. To her right is Monica Brown from P-Dub. Claire and P-Dub, typically one of the top teams and two of the top teams in D3. Although Claire has moved up to D2 this year. Boyd started behind but has made a little comeback, extending her lead. She's going to take this prelim. She runs a 13:25, 10th of a second slower than her season's best and lifetime PR, but still an excellent prelim that'll set her up to run in the final. Hard to believe it. We're on this fifth heat. Headlined by Katie Spicer, the Fowler Eagle. A consistent name in D4 track and field. She's in lane 4. Closest competition is probably Cameron MacArthur from Chip Hills. Anyhow, Spicer was second in D4's 100 meters last year, 12:83. She's out of the box hard, establishing a big early lead, pumping those arms, looking for a fast time. Well, it's going to be close on this clock here. Scoreboard's a little choppy. We'll see what the fully automatic timing says. 12:94. That's an early qualifier. Katie Spicer. She will be running in the state finals yet again, hoping to run and win following her second place finish last year. Consistent point scorer in D4. She was third in the 200 as a sophomore, third last year, and will be running in late May in Hudsonville. The sixth heat, headlined by Addison Hovey of Hart. She has run 12:96 this year, holds a 12:27 personal best, which I believe won D3 last year. Let's double check. And that is correct. She's the defending D3 state champ in the 100 and the 200. And she is on the track right now in lane 4. Outstanding basketball player as well, heading to Indiana to play next year. I believe Indiana Wesleyan, if I'm not mistaken. And she is going to cruise and take this sixth heat. (13:17), setting up for what should be an excellent final with her and Spicer, and perhaps this top seed, Isabel Wood, the hometown Shepherd Bluejay.
On behalf of Shepherd Track and Field, we'd like to wish Brooklyn Richards a happy birthday.
Final heat on the track, as I said, headlined by Isabel Wood. She's in lane 4, the prime lane. Shepherd Bluejay, Jr. And they were off in this final heat. Wood appearing to cruise, hitting that drive phrase for a long time. She's going to win the final heat, cementing a spot in the final, which will be around 5:30 or 6 o'clock tonight in a few hours. Wood runs at 12:96. Top 3 girls should all be around that sub 13 mark. setting up for an excellent final of experienced runners that have placed high at state meets and one is hoping to get there. Boys are up on the track as we roll through these heats. D2 boys early qualifiers 11 flat, D3 11:10, and D4 11:35. Peering through the entries here, we have Trevor Smith, who's always been a name here. Porter Westorp, who has qualified for the state meet already. I'll have to check that's 100 or 200 meters. I should just probably look at my Instagram here, be able to figure that out. Maybe quicker than the MHSAA site. Anyhow, start list. First heat, headlined by Nate Spicer of Fowler. He's in lane 4. He's out well, as is lane 5. That's Kopic from Reed City. Really challenging for it there. Let's check the results. Spicer runs 11:39, 100th of a second off his lifetime best, followed closely by Kopic, an outstanding Reed City Coyote freshman. He runs 11:56. He's already gone 11:4 this year. Sorry, I had a visit with the Shepherd coaches with some random predictions. Anyway, second heat, Aiden Fletcher. Looks like he's going to take that. Braden Rabideau, consistent Lansing Catholic name over the years. Look to be following close behind. Fletcher wins at 11:37. Not as quick as his 11:29 that he's already run, but we will take that.
For boys long jump. 5 minutes to go for boys long jump.
And we're quickly on to the third heat. Markeel White from Potterville. He's the top seed, 11:27. Anyhow, Porter Westorp has qualified in the 100 meters. He's run 11 flat. That was last week at Clare. I do recall saying an outstanding freshman. He was at least ranked in D2 last year. It was like top 10 freshman all throughout the year. And I was announcing here, and I was like, wow, that kid might end up being pretty good. And lo and behold, he has turned out to exceed expectations as a sophomore and is qualified for state in the 100 meters. Anyhow, we're back on the track. Markeel White, Potterville Viking Jr., the top seed. In the maroon, Reed Cities, Jack Deach is challenging him. It appears that White made a late run there, perhaps taking the lead and winning this third heat. He did not. Deach runs 11:31. That is a 10th of a second, 12 100ths of a second lifetime best for him. Next heat is up. You got Jacob Halasek from Clare, who has qualified in the 200. Best time of his career is 11:24 that was set this year. To remind you, 11 flat is the D2 qualifier. Early qualifier, at least. State qualifier is 11:20. That's what's needed at regionals, which I believe will be hosted here at Shepherd. Halasek got well out of the blocks, opens up an early, tremendous lead. Probably the biggest margin of any of these prelims. $11.26, close to his season and lifetime best. And he did it all on his own. Let's see what he can run in that final, being pushed. Fifth heat, headlined by Azariah Taylor from Potterville, who has qualified for state already. Personal best and lifetime best both set this year, 11:14. When he qualified, he ran 11:35. He currently ranks as the number 2 100-meter runner in D4. Number 1 is taken up by close by neighbor from Maurice, Logan Smith. The middle of the state, well represented. Chris Walker, Mount Clemens Bather, right up there as well. Anyhow, Taylor's the top seed in this prelim. Fifth prelim of many sprint prelims as we roll through this beautiful early May, slightly cool day, and there is a false start.
Attention athletes, the girls' long jump pit is now open for warm-ups. The long jump pit is now open for warm-ups for girls.
They are off. Taylor, closely followed by what appears to be Gage Eisenberger from Shepherd. Taylor takes the win in 11:21, lowering his seed at the state. That's an early qualifier for him. 11:44 for Eisenberger, very close to a lifetime best. Jack Lemerand from Alma was third, 12:05. Personal best for the Panther Jr. Westorp in this heat, the Cadillac sophomore. Closely followed Keegan Crow from Alma. David Burgess from Chippewa Hills with a good finish there. Let's check the clock. 11:09 for Westorp. Burgess ends up getting second, 11:65, lifetime best. Final heat headlined by perennial name in D3 sprint land. That's Trevor Smith. Trevor's already qualified in the 100 and 200 this year. He's undefeated in the 200. Suffered a little loss in his opening meet, 100 meters, where he ran 10:99. But if you were running 10:99 in early April, you'd take a second place. Anyhow, Trevor Smith was D3 champion last year in the 100 meters, fifth in the 200. He'll be in for a great race at the D3 finals. Santino Cicarella from University of Liggett's on a tear so far this year, winning last week against some of the top sprint schools at Courageous. Anyhow, Smith is off in his final 100-meter heat. He's driving head down through 40 meters, cruising to an early lead and win, lets up through the line, grabs the 7th heat, runs a 10:91, 100th of a second off his season's best, 10th of a second off his lifetime best. And we are done with the 100-meter prelims. Hurdles are up on the track. Shepherd Hurdle Crew. Painstakingly getting these hurdles out there. While we're setting up these hurdles, should note who may end up making to the final in the girls' 100 meters. Brooklyn Richards from Shepherd, Liliana Turk from Elma, Cameron MacArthur from Chip Hills, Zoe Barnes, Cadillac, Gracie Gerd from Potterville, Monica Brown, P-Dub, Kayla Spitzley from Fowler, Reagan Meyer from Breckenridge, Molly Carlson from Reed City, Addison Hain from Hart, Abby Boyd from Clare, Bailey Clapp, Breckenridge, Bailey Muzzatti, Lansing Catholic, Addison Hovey, Isabel Wood, and Katie Spicer. Boys 100 meters results are in as well. Qualifying for final, once again 16 names. Carson Highland, Gabe Helsel, Cesar Moreno, Keegan Crow, David Burgess, Kaysen Kopic, Braden Rabideau, Gage Eisenberger, Nate Spicer, Aiden Fletcher, Markeel White, Jack Deach, Jacob Palasek, Azariah Taylor, Porter Westorp, and Trevor Smith. Deach runs a personal best, makes it into the top 8. Girls hurdles, headlined by Maisie Robeson from Saugatuck and Hannah Abbott from Chippewa Hills. Qualifiers, 16 flat for D2, 16.2 for D3, and 16.6 for D4. First heat is out. Maria Weiber from Fowler, always an outstanding hurdle school, followed by Ari Bryant from Cadillac. Weber's season best is a 17:09, as is her personal best. She's a little bit off that, runs 17:19. As far as early qualifying has gone, there's only 2 girls that have made it in the girls' 100 hurdles in D4. D3 is well populated. Robeson, the top D3 time that has made it to state, running her 15:37 at Allegan. Hannah Abbott has also made it to state. So a little preview of what'll go on in D3 in a few weeks. Second heat headlined by Isabel Curry, an outstanding young freshman for Lansing Catholic. She's run 16.7 all this way this year. 4-step in her way, but still winning this heat. Curry runs 16.33, lowers her personal best by almost 0.4 of a second. Followed by Leah Thalen from Fowler, Nikki Fadua from P-Dub, who lowers her season best. Third heat up and on the track, headlined by Maddie Gates from Shepherd. 16.53, her lifetime best. .16 flat, the early qualifier. Slightly behind at the first hurdle, but it looks like she is going to take this third heat. .16.59. The Shepherd Bluejay wins the third heat. Fourth heat up on the track, headlined by Chippewa Hills warrior Hannah Abbott, already early qualifier to the state finals. To her left, Gwen Breidinger from Alma, running for Aquinas next year. To her right, Trinity Poole, P-Dub Pirate. Ton of hurdles being hit, but Hannah Abbott emerging out of the pack. Poole right behind. Breidinger in third. 16:04 for Abbott. Close to her season's best. Kyle Black, Fairview area schools are not here. Final heat, girls 100-meter hurdles. Headlined by quite a few seconds by Maisie Robeson, who's been a mainstay here at the Shepherd Bluejay Invite. This is the Shepherd Bluejay meet. I'm not sure where Fairview's at. It could be at that Night Tracks meet. Maybe Bay City Western. Maybe Ken Bell. But this is Shepherd. Robeson, typically an all-stater in the hurdles, cruising to an early win in this prelim. $16.61, making it look effortless. Anyhow, Robeson was second in D3 100-meter hurdles in 2023, second in D4 last year, and third in D3 as a freshman. So top three in the state, no matter what division she's been in the last 3 years, early on, looking like she'll continue on that path. Kyle Black, it does appear that Fairview's at Night Tracks, which is Meridian. I think that's 30 miles east of here, probably. They do not have a live stream for the Night Tracks meet, although it is always a very good meet over there. Contained in this boys' 110-meter hurdles are 3 boys who have gone under 15 seconds. Brady Feldpausch, one of the top hurdlers in D4 consistently. Leland Van Alstyne, who came along strong at the end of last year. And Chris Churchill, who I believe has an early qualifier in D2. Anyhow, those qualifiers sit at 15-3 for D2, 15-4 for D3, and 16 flat for D4. Penn Seeley dominating this first section. He's run 16-11 this year, 16.11 I should say. Young freshman, off to a great start for the Panthers. .1578 shatters his lifetime best by well over a quarter of a second. Being warmly embraced by his Alma teammates, noticing that great feat. Anyhow, Feldpausch has already qualified. His 14.96, the top seed time so far at the D4 state meet. Van Alsen's made it as well. He ran 15.21 last weekend at Kent City. And so was Churchill. A few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, in St. Louis running a 15.29. As of today, Seeley's time is around 30th in all of D2 and is the second best freshman time for D2 in the state this year. Anyway, second heat is off. Brady Feldpausch already with a hurdle lead halfway through the race, followed by Kias Martin from Alma. Orange and black looking to have their handprints all over this final. Feldpausch runs a 14.97 in the prelim. A show of what he might have left later in the day. Feldpausch was last year's Region 37 champ, CMAC champion, and D4 state champion. And the Shepherd Bluejay invite was a precursor to that in the 100 meter or 110 meter hurdles. He was second in the 300s, second in 2023 in both hurdle events. An experienced hurdler who's had state level success. Coming on strong as a senior, Chris Churchill. He's in lane 4 in this third heat from Alma. Fourth heat is off. Third heat, I should say. Churchill's in a run for it right now. Remington Hayworth giving quite a battle. Churchill pulling away these final hurdles. He'll take the third heat. Hayworth in second. Piercy's saving a little bit for that final later in the day. 15.87 for the win for Churchill. Remington Hayworth hitting a lifetime personal best, around 16:20. An excellent showing in his final Bluejay invite. Van Alstyne headlines this fourth and final heat. As I was saying earlier, Van Alstyne had an excellent end to his season. Kind of think it was started here at Bluejay, where he broke 42 for the first time ever in the 300s. Dropped his personal best in the 110s. Ended up finishing 8th in the state in the 110s. This should just say high hurdles, so I can't stop messing that up. And 4th in the 300-meter hurdles. Currently this year he's ranked 3rd in D3 in the 300s, 4th in the high hurdles. And he's off to an excellent start in this final prelim. Half a hurdle lead, halfway through. Hits a hurdle, but powers through. 3-stepping his way to an easy win. It looks to be very close to a sub 15. Let's see what the results say. People in the booth next to me painstakingly looking at the camera. He runs a 15:54. Quite an easy fashion. He'll be in the final. Feldpausch, Van Alstyne, and Churchill will be blazing in a few hours. Girls 200 meters over there, headlined by some of the same names from the hundreds. Isabel Wood, Maisie Robeson, actually from the hurdles, Addison Hovey, Molly Carlson was in there, Gracie Gerd, Zoe Barnes, Reagan Meyer. Girls 200 meter early qualifier for D4, that's 27 flat. D2, 26. My eyes are bad. 6. So 6s looks like 8s. Well, you're an old man. 26-1 for D2. Wood's personal best is 26:39. Season best matches that. It appears that they'll be running into a little bit of a headwind in the first 100, and then a bit of a tailwind in the last 100. Pretty negligible, probably, as far as the wind goes. Chippewa Hills has a girl that's qualified in the 200. That's Natalie Gibson. Does not appear she's running that here. Perhaps Maisie Robeson could make it. She has not made it in the 200 thus far. Anyhow, first heat on the track. Headlined by Giovanna Clark from Elma. Out well appears to be Vandewater from Reed City. A junior who has gone sub 30 this year. Manton's Brianna Patrick looks like she'll take this first heat. The freshman's already ran 27.61 in her career, 27.88 as a freshman. We'll go to the results, see what they'll say. $27.52. Lifetime and season best for the Manton Ranger. At 27.5, ranks about 30. You never know good all the results pouring in over the days, but as of right now, it's about 33rd in D3. You know, let's filter it out. Top 10 freshman time for D3 girls in the state right now. Here's Coach Tebow. We'll have some talent to work with. Second heat on the track. Olivia Riley from Lansing Catholic and Zoe Barnes are your top two names. Each have run close to or under at 28 seconds this year. Watching those staggers, it appears Lansing Catholic's out well. That would be Riley. Although, Zoe Barnes looking to close on it. Riley is held on to her lead. She crosses the line in first. Sophomore's personal best coming into this was 28.03. She runs 28.04. Third heat, headlined by the Reed City Coyote, Molly Carlson. She was out well, so was Hayden Taylor from Clare. But Carlson has opened up considerable lead. Gracie Gerd running well as well, too. She's in second place. Carlson hangs on for the win. $27.85 for Carlson. $28.32 for Gerd. The live results are struggling.
This is the third and final call for the boys 200-meter dash prelims.
Top seed on the track, Faith Stump from P-Dub. And Stump has made up all the staggers thus far. Rocking the compression stocks. Pumping those arms. Enjoying a nice 10 to 20 meter lead. She wins the fourth heat. She runs a 28. Let's take a look here. 27.59 for Stump. Heat 5, headlined by Addison Hovey. As a reminder, Hovey was the D3 state champ last year. She's out well. Already made the stagger up on everyone in lanes up on her. Leah Miller also running well, as is Cam MacArthur from Chippewa Hills. But it's Hovey, Addison Hovey, who will take this 5th heat. In a late run, it appears Miller may have gotten 2nd. Hovey runs 27.56. A good workout so far. Winning her 100-meter prelim, winning her 200 prelim. Setting herself up to run in the finals. Final heat, or sixth heat, I should say, up on the track. Maisie Robeson in this. As I said, she has an excellent shot of qualifying early in D4, which again is 27 flat. Her lifetime best is 26.9. We've already had one early qualifier in the running events. I haven't looked at the field stuff yet. And they are off in the 6th heat. Alongside Robeson, you got Reagan Meyer from Breckenridge, Elise Thalen from P-Dub, Skylar Fowler from Fowler. Robeson looks like she's going to take this penultimate heat. Already conquering her 100-meter prelim. She's going to run, it looks to be about mid-27s. Let's go to the results board. Let's see what transpired. 27.73 in the prelim win for Robeson. 28.89 Elise Thalen. 29.38 for Reagan Meyer. And final heat, up and ready to go. Hometown girl, Isabel Wood with the top seed. 26.44 her seed time, 26.39 her lifetime and season best. As a reminder, early qualifiers 26.10, state qualifiers 26.8. So even if she doesn't hit that early qualifier A mid-26 time either here or in the final would be a good setup for what's about to happen in a couple weeks. Wood's got the lead quite comfortably, in fact. Her teammate, Ms. Trepanier, she's in second. Wood casually pumping the arms, cementing her spot in tonight's final.
Attention spectators. Brett Ramsayer, your credit card has been turned into the press box. Brett Ramsayer, credit card numbers, no, I'm just kidding. Brett Ramsayer, if you're here, come on up to the press box.
While I was busy making jokes at the
Famous Dave's is still open. Locations around the track under new ownership. Famous Dave's concessions. It's all amazing gas station.
While I was busy making jokes with the press box, the boys' 200 meters has started. The first beat was taken by Gabe Helsel from Manton. He runs a 24:37. Second place was Ty Harchapie from Shepherd, 24:65. Helsel's had a pretty good freshman year so far. He's already run under 24, 23:71 for a prominent name in the Manton community. Big Carter Helsel, pretty good thrower. Second heat, pair of runners seated under 24, Ben Cohagen from Fowler, Andrew Kia Eunice from Reed City. Another example of a prominent name in a proud cross-country and track community. Kia Eunice out very well. He's made out the stagger on every lane ahead of him. He's been challenged a little bit on the inside with Watson Ferrari, but it appears Kia Eunice will take a win. Was he under 24 is the question. $23.93 as the sun peeks its way out. At this point, it appears the wind has shifted a little bit. It was coming from the northeast, or northwest, I should say, and is now looks to go from the north. third heat out there. David Burgess is in this one. He's in lane 5. He had an excellent prelim. You have Riley Arthur from P-Dub. As far as qualifiers go, your 200-meter early qualifier for D2 is 22.6, 3, 22.8, and D4, 23.2. Many of the names from those 100-meter lists are in this field. Taylor, Westorp, Smith. Another name, TJ Powell from Shepherd, to be watched. Third heat up on the track. Riley Arthur with the best lane, lane 4. David Burgess on the outside in 5. Arthur's opened up a lead. Burgess looking to make a late run. The 2 finish 1-2. Burgess's PR coming in. This is 23.92. Arthur's 23.61. I don't think the camera crew knows that I can pull up results here. So we'll have a little dual image going on here. Burgess wins the heat, 23.94, coming from behind. He had at least a 5-meter deficit as we came off the turn, but repeats his feat from the earlier heat. That was not intended. And he takes this one, 23.94. 0.2 seconds off a lifetime best. As he amps himself up for the final. Let's see if he can bust through that. As far as early qualifiers go, we've had a few from this field. In the teams present, we have Nate Spicer, who's made it in the 200. He is not listed in the entries. Azariah Taylor has made it. He's running. Trevor Smith has made it from P-Dub. A whopping 14 boys from D2 have qualified. And we're off in this 4th heat, headlined by Azariah Taylor from Potterville. On his outside, giving me quite a run, is Jacob Morrison, a Sacred Heart Irish. Taylor pulls through in the end. Looks like he's going to run low 22s. Best on the year was 22.82. Let's go to the clock. .23.19. Still solid. Under the early qualifier, which he's already made. But when you can be consistent in a prelim, that's a good sign that when a final rolls around, you can absorb any sort of performance your body desires.
Remember your time here at the 2025 Bluejay invite. The table is just north of the grandstand.
Fifth heat rolling through. Porter Westorp in lane 4. Seed time wise, he has quite a gap on the rest of the field. 22:69, the seed time. Anyhow, he has not made it in the 200 thus far this year. At least early qualifying goes. 22.6 is the early qualifier. He's making a run for it in this prelim. He's got at least a 30-meter gap. Continuing his form, doesn't seem to be letting up. He's going to be close. This is going to be close. If my reaction time to the scoreboard is correct. 22.85. Off by a little bit, but don't be shocked when pressed in the final that he ends up hitting a qualifier. TJ Powell from Shepherd headlines the 6th heat. He's run 22.49 this year. Undergone quite a career transformation. Was on the high side of the 25s as a freshman. Mostly over 23 as a junior. Has already gone 22.54, although it was hand timed. So let's see if he can, with a little bit of competition, get back into the 22s. As I was saying, 22.6 is the early qualifier. Bursting through 100 meters. As we hit 50 to go, he's got about a 30-meter lead on the field. He cruises through the line. Running a nice, casual, easy 23-second time. Etching his name in the final. 23.88 for the Bluejay senior. And thus, one more heat as we wrap up these prelims, headlined by the P-Dub Pirate Trevor Smith, a standout name in D3 over the past 3 years. Season's best is 22.84, lifetime best at 21.83. He's in lane 4, as many of these prelims have been. Pretty significant favorite. Ever since I mentioned that the concession stand is open and that the announcer should call that out, we've had 2 concession stand announcements in at least 5 minutes. In the 3 or 4 hours that I've been here already, there were 0. So if you need a hype man for food or just for track, just let me know. I will remind the necessary people that they need to advertise. Final heat on the track. Henry Gannon, Greg Crows, Carson Highland, the aforementioned Smith, Kyle Willoughby, Jacob Ayako, and Alex McGowan. Trevor Smith out hot. Ooh. Oh well. He wins the final heat. 22:33, and it looked like he was cruising. Will be interesting to see if he's in the final. He did take a few steps in lane 3. Such a great lead that I don't know if they'll be too strict on that. But we'll see. Anyway, prelims are over. We're going to enjoy some concessions.
Coaches, athletes, and spectators, we will now take a short break, and we will resume competition at 6 o'clock.
As the announcement said,
We'll have the Open 1600.
6 o'clock.
This race is open to all ages. Anyone who wants
And I will not be running that 1600. I'm going to be eating.
the starting line.
See you guys in a bit.
The race will begin at 5:35. Which gives you plenty of time to head over to Famous Dave's concession stand. New on the menu this year, the Coach Cahoon Classic. I mean, it's old, but it's still good. Attention athletes, spectators, and coaches. Caden Mitchell, Hovey, we have your cell phone up here in the press box. So Caden Hovey, if you're looking for your cell phone and driver's license, it's up here in the press box. T-shirts for the 2025 Bluejay Invite are just north of the track. There's a table set up there, and the cost is $25. Go ahead and get yourself a T-shirt to remember the 2025 Bluejay Invite. We have 5 minutes before the start of the Open 1600. 5 minutes before the start of the Open 1600. Attention anyone running the Open 1600. It's going to start in 2 minutes. Go ahead and make your way on over to the starting line. The Open 1600 meter run is going to start in 2 minutes. Runners in the Open 1600, we have about 30 seconds before the start. I will give the commands from up top.
Let's go, Adam!
Runners, on your mark. Go! That's Mason Cross through an impressive 1 minute and 8 second split. Mason Cross through the 800 in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Mason Cross through the 3/4 mark, 3 minutes, 28 seconds, 1 lap to go. 1600 in 4 minutes 36 seconds, and he's on his way over to Famous Dave's Concessions. Head on over there and join Mason for a burger or hot dog. Tell him Mason Cross sent you. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the finals for the girls 100-meter hurdles. You can also get these. You can go to live.chttiming.com to find the heat sheets, and here they are as follows. Heat 1, Lane 1, Austin Du Bois. Heat 1, Lane 2, Allie Gross. Heat 1, Lane 3, Allison Sandro. Heat 1, Lane 4, Ari Bryant. Heat 1, Lane 5, Nikki Fedowa. Heat 1, Lane 6, Kylo Rydell. Heat 1, Lane 7, Taylon Flint. And Heat 1, Lane 8, Fiona Sieb. And the girls 100-meter hurdle final in Heat 2, Lane 1, Trinity Pohl. In Heat 2, Lane 2, Mariah Weaver. Heat 2, Lane 3, Maddie Gates. Heat 2, Lane 4, Hannah Abbott. Heat 2, Lane 5, Isabel Curry. Heat 2, Lane 6, Maisie Robinson. Heat 2, Lane 7, Leah Talon. And Heat 2, Lane 8, Kara Stiver. Here are the boys 110-meter hurdle finals. In Heat 1, Lane 1, Hudson Fedowa. Heat 1, Lane 2, Maddox McCaw. Heat 1, Lane 3, Roan Johnston. Heat 1, Lane 4, Caius Martin. Heat 1, Lane 5, Ronan Leonard. Heat 1, Lane 6, Colton Klump. Heat 1, Lane 7, Kiefer Trimmer. Heat 1, Lane 8, Will Soul. For the boys 110-meter hurdle final in Heat 2, Lane 1, Levi Lynch. Heat 2, Lane 2, Remington Hayworth. Heat 2, Lane 3, Penn Seeley. Heat 2, Lane 4, Brady Felspach. Heat 2, Lane 5, Leland Van Alstyne. Heat 2, Lane 6, Christopher Churchill. Heat 2, Lane 7, Ty Albee. And Heat 2, Lane 8, Cass Stanbury. For the girls 100-meter finals, in Heat 1, Lane 1, Kaylin Ahrens. Heat 1, Lane 2, Zoe Barnes. Heat 1, Lane 3, Monica Brown. Heat 1, Lane 4, Reagan Mayer. Heat 1, Lane 5, Michaela Spitzley. Heat 1, Lane 6, Gracie Gerd. Heat 1, Lane 7, Cameron MacArthur. And Heat 1, Lane 8, Addison Smith. For the girls 100-meter final, Heat 2, Lane 1, Addison Hain. Heat 2, Lane 2, Bailey Clapp. Heat 2, Lane 3, Addison Hovey. Heat 2, Lane 4, Katie Spicer. Heat 2, Lane 5, Isabel Wood. Heat 2, lane 6, Bailey Mazzotti. Heat 2, lane 7, Abby Boyd. And Heat 2, lane 8, Molly Carlson. For the boys, 100-meter final in Heat 1, lane 1, Colt Nobach. Heat 1, lane 2, Carson Highland. Heat 1, lane 3, Kaysen Kopik. Heat 1, lane 4, Gage Eisenberger. Heat 1, lane 5, Braden Rabidow. Heat 1, lane 6, David Burgess. Heat 1, lane 7, Gabe Hessel. Heat 1, lane 8, Brock Mail. For the boys, 100-meter final, Heat 2, lane 1, Aiden Fletcher. Heat 2, lane 2, Jack Deach. Heat 2, lane 3, Azaria Taylor. Heat 2, lane 4, Trevor Smith. Heat 2, lane 5, Porter Westorp. Heat 2, lane 6, Jacob Halachek. Heat 2, lane 7, Markeel White. And Heat 2, lane 8, Nate Spicer. And the girls' 200-meter final, Heat 1, lane 1, Elise Talon. Heat 1, lane 2, Cameron MacArthur. Heat 1, lane 3, Tiana Trepanier. Heat 1, lane 4, Gracie Gerd. Heat 1, lane 5, Giovanna Clark. Heat 1, lane 6, Maya Rademacher. Heat 1, lane 7, Leah Miller. And Heat 1, lane 8, Eva Talon. For the girls' 200-meter final, in Heat 2, lane 1, Olivia Riley. Heat 2, lane 2, Molly Carlson. Heat 2, lane 3, Faith Stump. Heat 2, lane 4, Brianna Patrick. Heat 2, lane 5, Addison Hovey. Heat 2, lane 6, Maisie Robinson. Heat 2, lane 7, Isabel Wood. And Heat 2, lane 8, Zoe Barnes. For the boys, 200-meter final. In Heat 1, lane 1, Ben Cohagen. Heat 1, lane 2, Carson Highland. Heat 1, lane 3, Watson Ferrari. Heat 1, lane 4, Kyle Willoughby. Heat 1, lane 5, Gabe Helsel. Heat 1, lane 6, Ty Hardapy. Heat 1, lane 7, Bryce Vanderkade. Heat 1, lane 8, Greg Crows. For the boys, 200-meter final, Heat 2, lane 1, David Burgess. Heat 2, lane 2, TJ Powell. Heat 2, lane 3, Azaria Taylor. Heat 2, lane 4, Trevor Smith. Heat 2, lane 5, Porter Westorp. Heat 2, lane 6, Jacob Morrison. Heat 2, lane 7, Andrew Kionis. And in lane 8, Heat 2, lane 8, Riley Arthur. This is the first call for the girls' 100-meter hurdle finals. is first call for girls discus and first call for boys shot put. Second call for the girls 100-meter hurdles. Second call for the girls 100-meter hurdles. Will be starting in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Bluejay Invite here in Veterans Memorial Stadium. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, please stand as you are able. Gentlemen, remove your hats. Veterans, we encourage you to render the appropriate salute as Maddie Muggeberg sings our national anthem. Maddie Muggeberg is a sophomore here at Shepherd High School. Let's give her a round of applause. Nice job, Maddie. This is the third and final call for the girls 100-meter hurdles, and third and final call for the boys
100. Ow. Marshy and Johnson. This is the only view of the track. I don't know. Maybe they'll put this drone out earlier. A couple of years ago, they tried doing the camera down the backstretch, and it's clear that I'm incapable of both controlling which camera and talking at the same time. So, Mr. Johnston, I can only assume this is going to be the only camera. But they will be going through all the races. Oh, my apologies. Marquine and Miss. In the middle of my ramble there, I was like, I wonder if I'm talking to a man or a woman. A Miss or a Mrs. So my apologies. But yeah, only viewing. They used to have a camera at the 200 meter mark, but I believe that was knocked down by winds in 2021. I'm not too keen on drone technology or logistics, but I would guess if there's going to be any day to use a drone, it would be a day like today. It depends how logistically challenged Coach Hamill is over here. Girls 100 meter final on the track, heading into the blocks. 2 heats. In this first, you got Austin Dubois from Chip Hills, Ellie Gross from Hart, Allison Sandro from Alma, Ari Bryant from Cadillac, Nikki Fadua from P-Dub, Kylo Rydell from Breckenridge, Thalen Flint from Lansing Catholic, and Fiona Sieb from Huawa, Westphalia. They're off. In this first heat, it appears that Ari Bryant has taken an early lead. She's got a challenge coming from Fedwa. In this final hurdle, Bryant powers through, dips the head at the line, and she runs a 17.10 to take this this first heat of the girls' 100 meter hurdles. Bryant's personal best coming into this race is a 17.16. She beats that. And now, the 100 meter hurdle final. Maddie Gates from Shepherd ran a personal best in the prelim. She's in lane 3. Trinity Poole from P-Dub, she's lane 1. Maria Weiber, Fowler in 2. Hannah Abbott is in lane 4. Isabel Curry, we had a personal best in the prelims. Lansing Catholic freshman in 5. Maisie Robeson, multiple-time All-Stater from Saugatuck in 6. Leah Thalen from Fowler. Click start recording. And Robeson looks like she's going to take the win here. In a late run, a little comeback. Apparently I wasn't recording earlier. Someone must have turned that off at some point. So we go to the results. 15:57 for the win for Robeson. Hannah Abbott, 15:72. Lowers her early qualifying mark from earlier in the year. Maddie Gates runs another personal best in the final. She runs 16:07, continually dropping time. The senior Bluejay, heading into her final month of the season. Boys 110-meter hurdles coming up next. Hudson Fedewa from Fowler. He's in lane 1. Maddox McCaw from Breckenridge in 2. Roan Johnston, Reed City, he's lane 3. Kias Martin from Alma in 4. Ronan Leonard from Manton in 5. Colton Klump from Shepherd in 6. Kiefer Trimmer, he's in lane 7 from P-Dub. And Will Sewell from Saugatuck in 8. Fastest PR in the field, that's Martin in 4. He had a great prelim. As a reminder that Blazing second section of the final will feature 3 sub-15 kids. Alma's Chris Churchill, Fowler's Brady Feldpausch, and Leland Van Alstyne from Lansing Catholic. First section's out. Kias Martin off to an early lead. He's being challenged on the outside by Kiefer Trimmer. Martin still looking strong. Stumbles past the line. Take a look at the time. Personal best coming in was 16:36. He runs 16:46. Good chance that could sneak its way into the top 8. Final. It contains Levi Lynch from Sacred Heart. Remington Hayworth had an excellent prelim. He's in lane 2. Penn Seeley had a very good prelim. He's in lane 3. Dropped his personal best from 16:11 to 15:78. Brady Feldpausch in 4. Leland Van Alstyne in 5. Chris Churchill in 6. Ty Albee from Clare, he's in 7. Cass Stanberry from Saugatuck in 8. This is an excellent preview of the championship meets to come for each of these 3 competitors, who will undoubtedly be running beside people in late May, May 17th, May 31st, May 16th, when those regional and state, county, and conference meets come about. The boys are in the blocks. Final preparations in ready. Once again, the concentration is on lanes 4 through 6. But it will be interesting to see if Penn Seeley can continue his freshman progression. We see Feldpausch in the long sleeve white, navy blue. Beside him, the all black Van Alstyne. Beside him, Chris Churchill. Van Alstyne's hot out of the blocks. He's opened up a lead. Feldpausch chasing. Churchill close behind. Neck and neck are Feldpausch and Van Alstyne. At the line through the final hurdle, looks like Feldpausch took it. Came off the final hurdle. Open up a little bit of a lead. And let's go to the results. What do we have? $14.57 for Feldpausch. $14.58 Van Alstyne. $15.02 for Churchill. Both massive, actually a massive personal best for Van Alstyne. Slightly under a personal best for Feldpausch, but both very impressive performances on this early May day as we change the camera out here. And we are up and running again. Seeley 15:58 repeats his performance from the prelims. Drops another 0.2 seconds. We'll have to look and see here. That might be the number 1 time in D3 this year for Van Alstyne. And it is 14:72 was the fastest time coming into this meet. Caleb Walker from Chesaning, Aiden Nystrom from Olivet. But Leland Van Alstyne has just cemented himself as a title favorite in D3. Feldpausch, we already know he is. Elma is coming along strong as a hurdling program. Martin, Seeley, and Churchill. Girls 100-meter final on the track. People walking in front of the camera, they just can't wait to see this. Kaylin Ahrens, Zoe Barnes, Monica Brown, Reagan Meyer, Michaela Spitzley, Gracie Gerd, Cam MacArthur, and Addison Smith. Meyer had a very good prelim. She gets a prime spot in this first section of the finals, and they are out. Spitzley out well. Monica Brown in competition. Brown has taken the lead through the line. Monica Brown wins it, 13:27. The time for Brown. Final section on the track. Addison Hain from Hart, she's in lane 1. Bailey Clapp, outstanding long jumper from Breckenridge, she's in 2. Addison Hovey, D3's defending champ, in 3. Katie Spicer, outstanding Fowler Eagle, she's in 4. Isabel Wood, hoping to maybe place herself in the state finals, she's in lane 5. New to the track, new to the racing scene. In her 5th race, I believe, of her career, Bailey Muzzatti, Lansing Catholic, in 6. Abby Boyd won her prelim, she's in 7. Molly Carlson from Reed City in 8. See a big afro to the left of the screen of a prominent Shepherd sprinting coach and cross-country extraordinaire, Carrie Hamill. Girls jumping around, looking to get back in the blocks pretty soon here. On the season, as I've said, Hovey, Spicer, and Wood, densely clumped, high 12s. Hovey's gone 12:38 in her career, or 12:27 in her career. Spicer 12:38. Muzzatti pressed in this final, might show us something as well. Final heat, girls 100 meters. In the blocks, gun is up, and they are off. Clap out well. Hovey's caught her. Spicer, Wood, deadlock to the finish. Looks like Spicer may prevail. $12.90, Katie Spicer, she takes home the win. Followed by Isabel Wood, $12.93. Addison Hovey, she gets third from Hart, the Hart Pirate, $13.07. Bailey Clapp, $13.30 for Breckenridge. From those boys, 110 hurdles. Feldpausch is 14:57, number 10 in the state of Michigan right now. Van Alstyne, number 11. Boys 100-meter finals in the blocks. Heat 1 of 2. Colton Nobach from Fowler. Carson Highland also from Fowler. Kaysen Kopic ran a great prelim. Challenge for the win. Gage Eisenberger, Braden Rabideau, David Burgess, the comeback monster. Gabe Helsel, freshman from Manton. Brock Mail from Breckenridge. They are out. Out hard as Rabideau. Eisenberger right there too. Kopic with a late run. Looks like Eisenberger's going to take it. Leaning at the line. Powering through the line. Giving it all through the finish. Eisenberger runs an 11:31. Coming into this meet, his best was 11:43. Powers through his personal best. In this, the sophomore's second Bluejay Invitational. Kaysen Kopic in second, 11:51. Excellent day for him so far. Final heat on the track. Many names who can be competing in 4 weeks at the state finals. Among them, Azariah Taylor from Potterville, Trevor Smith from P-Dub, Porter Westorp, Cadillac, Jacob Halasek from Clare, Markeel White, he's in lane 7 from Potterville, Nate Spicer from Fowler, he's in 8, Aiden Fletcher from Elma in 1, Jack Deach had an excellent prelim, he's in lane 2. They're in the blocks right now. Smith in 4, Westorp in 5. Those will be the 2 at the center of the track. But don't be shocked if performers such as Taylor or Halasek challenge for this win. A little bit of a mishap from a few people. I didn't hear noise. They are back in the blocks. That hurdle time from Maddie Gates earlier was the second fastest mark in Shepherd School history.
I'll be down in like hopefully only 11 seconds.
And they are out. Smith has an excellent start. Westorp is going to challenge him for it. But it looks like it's going to be Trevor Smith wire to wire. Unchallenged. He opened up an early lead and did not relent. Trevor Smith, your 2025 Bluejay 100-meter champion, 10:71. Porter Westorp matches his personal best. He runs 11 flat. Halasek from Clare, 11:16. Fletcher from Alma, 11:21. Jack Deach with another excellent performance, 11:26. Coming into today, his personal best was 11:43. He lowers that by almost 0.2 of a second. Nate Spicer, 11:57. White from Potterville, 11.4. Boys, 100 meters is done.
We have coaches that are going to exchange zones, and then over there and flags ready to go.
Girls 4x2. Heading out there. Top times in the field. Fowler's 146.52. Just an excellent sprint program. Hart 147.72. Lansing Catholic 147.9. Those are the top three. Both Shepherd and Chip Hills have run under 150 this year. Girls 4x2 early qualifying mark for D2. That's 146 flat. For D3, 148.9. And for D4, 150.5. Fowler comes in with the top time in D4. Quite a bit of teams are over 150. Them and the Frankfurt Panthers, I believe, are top two. But Fowler has the top time by a second and a half. Over there in D3, Hart ranked number 1, Lansing Catholic ranked number 3, Chip Hills ranked number 5, and P-Dub ranked number 10. So, an excellent D3 state preview and D3 team state preview. Shepherd on the outside of the top 10 in D2. 10th place in the D2 rankings is Milan with a 147.68. Shepherd's always been pretty good at the 4x2. Don't be shocked if they end up making it to top 8 or all-state by the end of the year. If the sprint prelims and hurdle prelims are any indication, the Blue Jays are in excellent fitness. But anyway, first heat of the girls 4x2 on the track. Got Mount Pleasant, Sacred Heart in 1, Reed City in 2, Saugatuck in 3, Cadillac in 4, Breckenridge in 5, Manton in 6, and Carson City in lane 7. Judging by the handoffs, it looks like Manton is in a good spot. Breckenridge following close behind. Stagger on the 4x2 is about the biggest you're going to find on the track meet. So the girls might appear far apart here. But Cadillac is in a good spot. Maisie Robeson with a nice second leg for the Saugatuck Trailblazers. But Cadillac in first place in the middle of this third leg. And we hit the final stretch. Looks like Cadillac's going to win this first heat of the girls 4x2. Right around 152, 153. 153.64 for the Vikings. Manton 155.6. Breckenridge 155.7. Sacred Heart 159.8. Trevor Smith's 1071 from the boys, 100 meters, ranking number 6 in the entire state this year. A personal best. Porter Westdorp, showing that 11 flat from the other week was no fluke, repeats his performance. Number 44 time in the state this year in the boys 100 meter dash. And the girls 100 meters, 100 meter hurdles. 7 of the top 9 hit a personal best. The only 2 that didn't were Hannah Abbott, who ran a season best to finish second. Maisie Robeson, Saugatuck senior, 1 in 50.57. Girls 4x2, the fast heat is out there. P-Dub in 1, Shepherd in 2, Lansing Catholic in 3. Fowler lane 4, the top seed. Hart lane 5, Chippewa Hills lane 6, Claire Pioneers in lane 7, and Elma Panthers in 8. Fowler the top team in D4 this year. I think 5 teams in D3's top 10 are there. A Shepherd team that always finds its way to the state finals. They're in lane 2.
Runners on your mark.
They are in the blocks. Gun is up. And they are out in this girls 4x200 meter relay. Out well is Chippewa Hills and Claire. Fowler making up a little bit of ground. We come to the first handoff. And we'll see who gets the handoff first. Hart in a good spot. Chippewa Hills in a good spot. Chippewa Hills is looking good through the middle of their second leg. As to his Lansing Catholic in lane 3. Close race. Chippewa Hills appears to land up first. Hart is close behind. Lansing Catholic running an excellent third leg. Shepherd making up some ground. Fowler fighting back on this back stretch. Even Pewamo Westphalia is having a nice race. It appears that Hovey gets the stick for Hart. Chippewa Hills on the outside. Fowler looking to fight back. Shepherd in a good spot. But I believe that's Addison Hovey from Hart in first. Chippewa Hills making a late run for it. The Warriors may take this. Accelerating through the finish. Fowler coming on strong. But it's going to be Chippewa Hills for the win. Mm. 148.49 for the Warriors. Currently the number 4 time in D3 this year. Hart runs 149.1. Fowler 149.17. Shepherd under 150. We'll wait for results to come back here. 149.34 for the Blue Jays. Which is the number 17 time in D2 this year. Faster than their best this year. They ran 149.69 earlier in the week. Just dropped another 0.3 of a second off that. Boys 4x2 out on the track. P-Dub in lane 1. Breckenridge in 2. Ionia in 3. Manton in 4. Saugatuck lane 5. Carson City Crystal in lane 6. And Reed City in 7. Let me go back through the top 10s from each division here.
Our exchange zone is ready. We may start the race. Attention athletes, all commands will come from the booth.
Prominent in this field, rank number 4 in D3 is P-Dub. 9 in D3 is Lansing Catholic. And don't be shocked, Fowler ranked number 1 in all of D4. Top seed time is the Eagles, 131.76. Then a host of teams between 133 flat and 133.99. Hart, Clare, Alma, and Lansing Catholic. But now, boys are in the blocks. Gun is up. They've been in the blocks for a minute here. And they are off. Out well is Reed City on the outside. Saugatuck giving great chase. Early on, it appears to be those two teams. Both West Siders. One more on the north side, one more on the south side. Ooh, Saugatuck's second leg really getting after it here. And in lane 5, the Trailblazers have blazed the trail for the rest of the field. Trevor Smith from P-Dub. He has made up considerable ground in lane 1. And Pewamo Westphalia gets the stick first. Running the most difficult lane here in that 4x2. In the lane 1, tight turns. A lot of sights to see, but navigating those quick turns at a fast pace, a difficult feat for many. The Pirates are in first place. Saugatuck trailing in second, but it's going to be Puama Westphalia, unless something catastrophic happens, winning this first heat of the boys 4x2. The squad was entered without a seed time, but they more than exceeded whatever time would have been laid down. First place, Puama Westphalia. Second, Saugatuck. It appears Ionia in third, Breckenridge in 4, Reed City 5. 132.10 for the Pirates, which is currently tied for the number 3 time in all of D3 this year. Season's best for that Pirate squad was 132.42. Westphalia runs 132.10, which is tied with Onstead right now. One spot behind Olivet and one spot behind the always challenging Chesaning Indians. Again, fast heat, up and coming. In 1, it's Potterville. 2, it's Hart. 3, Elma. 4, D4's number 1 team, Fowler. 5, Lansing Catholic. 6, Clare. 7, Shepherd. And 8, Chippewa Hills. Many teams ranked and seeded in that 133 range. 23 to 24 seconds per 200 meters. Among them, Hart, Elma, Lansing Catholic, Clare. A little bit of a break in the action right here.
Runners on your mark.
Four by two on the track, in the blocks. Fowler the favorite. Many teams right in contention. In 132.10 is a good mark to try to beat or to hold on for the win. Boys are out 4 by 2, evenly spaced. If there's anything, Elma looks very good on the outside. Claire looks pretty good. They're through one exchange. Out the first exchange. Shepard is in the mix. Claire looks good. Lansing Catholic in there. Elma in there. Fowler fighting back. Claire looks to get the stick first. Elma's right there. Lansing Catholic looking to come from behind. It's feld polish from Fowler. Let's see how we can do on this back stretch here. The compression stockings, the long sleeve, fighting against the wind. Final handoff. Fowler gets the stick first. In the turn, powering through. Claire fighting back. But it appears that the Eagles have taken over the lead. Powering down the home stretch. Claire is still fighting for it. Down the line, to the line. Claire coming back. At the line, it's close. But judging by the clock, could it be P-Dub from the first heat? No, it's Claire with a comeback win. 131.80. Lansing Catholic 131.82. Hart third. Fourth overall, 132.67. It's weird that it looked like Fowler instead of Lansing Catholic, though. Yeah, I think they're going to change that. Fowler, 131.82. Don't scare me. Claire's 131.8 is currently ranked right around 20th in D2 right now. Fowler still cements themselves as D4's number one team, and we are on to the girls' 1,600-meter run. Girls 1,600, first heat on the track. We have 19 competitors. Kylie Fleischer from Carson City Crystal. Martina Servin from Manton. Ella Petersch from Clare. Emma McCarty, Carson City. Kenai Cokes from Hart. Fiona Sizemore from Ionia. Taylor Wills from Sacred Heart. Alexa Palmer, Alma. Paula Cano, Chippewa Hills. Autumn Reynolds from Potterville. Louisa Vanderswag from Hart. Lily Rooks from P-Dub. Sarah Munger, big fan of the sport, from Alma. Elena Driver, Potterville. Carly Thompson, Ionia. Emma Stotzel from Clare. Bryn Robinson from Shepherd. Abby Dice from St. Louis. And Anna Johnson from Alma. Fastest PRs in the field are Dice's 5:57. Sarah Munger's run 5:54. Season's best times hovering among the top runners from about 6 flat to about 6:20. 95 seconds a lap pace, that is. So let's see if these girls can set a fast pace at the start and keep it up. I believe that to be Anna Johnson first, and then St. Louis's Abby Dice in second. They go through 400 meters in a minute 24 or 5:36 pace. Coming up on 700 meters, Johnson has opened up a bit of a gap.
Smokies are billowing and Mason's tummies are growling. Head on over to Famous Dave's Concessions. Get what you need. Call Mason Crossing.
Two laps in, Anna Johnson still in the lead. Still on sub-6 pace, albeit slowed a bit. But that happens in these middle laps. She's through 808 or 854, 254, 548 pace. Let's see if she can get herself to 1200, right around 430, 435. Set her up for an excellent finish. Claire is cut into the lead just a bit here. It could be Emma Stotzel. Johnson still in front. It's looking like she will be under 430 or close to it through 1200. Which, if she has a little bit left in the tank for the last lap, could lead to a sub 6. If I'm being silent, it's because I'm trying to promote this in the Michigan Track Cross Country Facebook group. And I'm looking through start lists for the boys 32 to give some stats maybe. But I digress. Johnson has really opened it up on this final lap. She was facing a little bit of a challenge from Stotzel. Gap had closed to maybe 5 meters, 10 meters. Well, that's opened right back up. 100 meters to go. She's at 541. If she can press it down to the stretch, she can break 6 here. .53, 54 to the line. It looks like Johnson will slip under the 6-minute mark. Second, Dice from St. Louis. Third, Emma Stotzel from Clare. But first heat is going to be on the track here in a minute as we finish up this final heat. And they're calling heat 2 to the track. Contained in heat 2, another 19 girls. Wasia Lambertson from Shepherd, Abby Schneider from P-Dub, Savannah Vandenberg from Saugatuck. Appears one last girl on the track in this first heat of the girls 16. Ben Young, I see you made a prediction there in the chat. If you're in the same platform as me, you know you got to give it time. So if you got Gabe Litzner in the 32, what time do you think he'll run? And if he does run a certain time, would it be the first sub-9 ever from a UP kid? We've been searching for UP records. I think the best method is probably to just look through a missed track and look for UP schools. There was a website I found that had UP champions through the years, but no official Upper Peninsula record book. So I do wonder, whatever Litzner does run, will it be the fastest time in the history of Upper Peninsula high school running? Maybe a winter project for next year. Definitely not a summer one because I got to write a bunch of cross-country stuff. And then probably not a winter one because I'm so burnt out at that point that I have nothing in the tank. But if someone wanted to look into that, they really should. Anyway, girls fast heat of the girls 16 up on the track. Already listed 3 names. You got Elena Shana from Hart, Kylie Swiger from Cadillac, Maisie Matthews, and Allie Schmitz, 2 Breckenridge Huskies who have a long history of state-level success. Livia Curtis from Saugatuck, Marlo Walcott from Reed City, Jenna Kylan from P-Dub, Betsy Gooden from Manton, Ruth Hansen from Cadillac, Leah Lease from Clare, Kaylin Baker, a freshman on the rise from Shepherd, Dory Simon from Chippewa Hills, Cameron Sixberry from Saugatuck, Chloe Mazza from Cadillac, Kelsey Pung, outstanding mid-distance runner from Fowler, and Josie Bishop, prominent freshman for the Lansing Catholic Cougars. And they're off in the girls 1600. Through one lap, Bishop appears to be out front. And it appears it's Pung right behind her. Chloe Mazza from Cadillac, bridging the gap to the rest of the pack. Nearing the 800-meter mark. Bishop in first, followed by Pung. Mazza's closed a bit of that gap. They hit 800 meters, 2:38, 2:39, and 2:41. Chippewa Hills in there. Saugatuck in the chase pack. Appears the Reed City Coyotes are in there too. That could be Marlo Walcott. 1,000 meters in. Bishop still in the lead. Pung giving chase. They've opened a bit of a gap on Maza, and she's further to distance on the rest of the pack. .1,200 meters. Bishop accelerates through the line. She's right below 4 minutes, mid-5 teens in sight. Pung has kept her second place position, Maza in third. It appears that's Dory Simon in fourth. I believe that's Marlo Walcott in fifth. Sixberry in sixth. That could be Betsy Gooden in seventh. And perhaps Leah Leeson in the eighth. That remains to be seen. Bishop is still laying it on. Pung hasn't given up much position, although the gap is slightly increasing with each stride. Bishop is appearing to hit the afterburners, 150 meters to go. Looks like she'll slip under 5:20. She's kept a pretty dang consistent pace this entire race. Usually utilizing that tough Tim Simpson attitude. The Lansing Catholic Cougar freshman looks to win the 3,200 meters here, or 1,600 meters here. Followed closely by Pung, Chloe Maza in third. That's Sixberry from Saugatuck. She's going to grab fourth, accelerating in the final stretch. Dory Simon in fifth. Leah Lease, she's going to get sixth. Kaylin Baker, the Shepherd freshman, is going to look to round out the top 8. It's a 5:18 for Bishop on the win. Young freshman. Kelsey Pung runs 5:22. Chloe Maza, 5:26. Cam Sixberry, 5:36. Dory Simon, 5:37. Which appears to be a personal best. Marlo Walcott, 5:47. Personal best. Jenna Kylan, 5:49, personal best. Elena Shaner, 5:49, also a PR. Ruth Hansen from Cadillac was 7th. She ran 5:44. And then, so of the top 11, 6 ran their all-time best. Track is looking fast on this early May evening. Boys 1,600. First heat on the track right now. Seed times ranging from 6:24 down to 5:17. Damian Heindel from Sacred Heart. Braylon Satterley from Carson City. Josh Marciniak from Powderville. Sean Rogers from Reed City. Tony Gurley from Cadillac. Brandon Buskulik from Pewamo, Westphalia. Jacob Erskine from St. Louis. Jameson Hoon, P-Dub. Connor Morrison from Ionia. Caden Hughes from Chippewa Hills. John Egan from Sacred Heart. Leo Brockhouse from Cadillac, Joseph Hout from Clare, Landon Miller, Fowler, Ivan Munana from Carson City, Hayden Selesky from Lansing Catholic, Liam Thalen, Griffin McGuire, Noah Dubridge, Jackson Schulz, Jackson Thalen. In the top C time, the Shepherd Jr., Isaac Gola, 5:17.
Final call, girls 400 meter relay. Second call, boys 400 meter relay, and first call, girls 400 meter dash.
Going through a little bit of field results. Winning the shot put was Kyra Marciniak from Potterville, 37-2, which more than exceeds an early qualifier. I swear I wrote her name down earlier in the year, so it doesn't shock me if she's already hit that. Jenna Spitzley from P-Dub, she was second in 36-4. Tess Farkas hit an early qualifier earlier last week. She was third, 35-1. Boys disc was won by Xander Mapes. Sadly not in the school record, but still an excellent throw, 154 even. 154.3, I should say. Girls high jump, number 33 jump in Michigan this year, Mara Smith. As we hit 600 meters. In the boys 16, Jocelyn Flores from Hart was second in 5 even. Noah McKinney won the boys high jump, 6'2". Girls vault, Mimi Wegner from Ionia, 10'6". Number 25 vault in the state of Michigan this year. Ben Young, why are you hating on the sub-9 brigade? I mean, that's been a consistent thing at Bluejay. People run under 9 minutes. 9:04. I sure hope it's a lot more optimistic than that. No, I appreciate the chat though. "800 meters in, we got a line of kids in contention here. I see looks like a Carson City jersey in there. Definitely looks like some Fowler in there. Shepherd in the mix. It appeared that it was Gola for those first 2 laps. Maddie Lafreniere from Manton equals her season's best. She's already qualified in the pole vault. Natalie Gibson from Chip Hills, also at 9.9, a personal best. Gracie Warner, the Shepherd senior, jumps 9.9, or vaults 9.9, gets second place, ties for second place. Ethan Reeves from Clare blasts a 13 feet 9, a personal best for the Pioneer senior. Fowler has taken over in this boys 16. Coming into his junior year, Reeves' best vault was a 13 or 9 feet even. He vaulted 13.3 last year, which won the Jack Pine Conference and placed 20th in D3. He's already gone 13.9. Which ranks number 3 in D2. Fowler's opened up quite a bit of a lead on this final lap. I believe that's Fowler. And if so, that's probably Landon Miller, who's already ran 5:13 in his career. He's at 4:39 with 150 meters to go, which in my mind gives him an excellent shot to run under 5:05, 5:10. Probably close to between 5:05 and 5:10. And the crowd is shouting for Landon, which means it's Landon Miller. I'm going to take this first section under 5:10. It looks like 5:09. Pierce's best coming in was a 5:13. So that should be a personal best for young Landon Miller. Boys long jump was taken by Jack Deach from Reed City. That should be an early qualifier over in D3 if he hasn't hit it already. Conan Weeks had already qualified out of D3, or D2, excuse me. He was second in 20 feet, 5 inches. First heat of the guys, 16 up on the track right now on the line. Containing 23 runners. Seat times range from 4:39 to 5:16. Tim Wolf from Hart, Augustine Spitzley from Fowler, Jacob Simon from Chip Hills, Jason Weber from P-Dub, Beckett Swanson from Cadillac, Bradley Gold from Shepherd, Abe Kiyunis, young freshman from Reed City, Christian Villa Bilton from Player, Martin Federhoff from Hart, Grant Ackley, another freshman for the Hart Pirates, Tommy Bollinger, and they are off, Caden Gaskell from Player, Azrael Horvath from Manton, Finn Corte, Lansing Catholic, Aaron Crittenden from Potterville, Ira Brown from Saugatuck, Quentin Smith from Fowler, Ian McNeil, Shepherd, Sammy Gamboa, tough kid from Saugatuck, Noah Schweenard from Elma, Sam Johnson also from Elma, Grady Wright Rishi from Lansing Catholic, and Paul Saladin, the Reed City Coyote Jr. And they're out. In the boys 16, looks to be Saladin taking a early lead, running on the rail, followed closely by Richie. Fowler in third, that has to be Quentin Smith. And Alma boys laying in the cut, 4th and 5th place, letting the others do the work. Field spread out. They go through 400 meters, right around 1 minute and 11 seconds. Right on pace for about a 4:45. .600 meters in. It appears Richie has taken over the lead and pressing it a bit. Saladin in second. I stand corrected. I believe that's Quentin Smith in first place. Reed City in second. Richie in third. Alma hanging on fourth and fifth. Looking strong on the rail is Sam Johnson, young Alma Panther. Believe that to be Sammy Gamboa in there. Horvath from Manton looking strong in the middle of that pack. Moving up, I believe that to be Kia Eunice from Reed City.
First call, boys, 400 dash.
It appears like that is Richie who's taken over the lead. We'll see when we come around the track here. And that is true. The young Lansing Catholic boy in first place as we hit the turn, coming up towards the bell lap. Saladin in second. His lime green, highlighter green spikes flying through the wind. Alma is in third and fourth, as they have been all race. A little bit of a gap. They're at 3:38 with a lap to go. And let's let the kicking begin. Sam Johnson giving a chase. Saladin in first. Sam Johnson looks to be matching that move. And so too is Richie. Behind them, Kia Eunice looking to move into fourth. He's in fifth now, but he's looking to hunt down, I believe to be Schwinard. Saladin still in front. Sam Johnson in second. Richie in third. Johnson has moved right in the second, but Saladin still pours it on. Hitting the final stretch, going to the arms. A little bit faster cadence, a definitely longer stride. Moves into lane 2. Paul Saladin is going to be your 2025 Bluejay 1600 meter champion. Sam Johnson in second. Richie in third. Gamboa making a late run for fourth. He is beaten out. Hart in fifth. Sixth. Going to the results. Paul Saladin, first place in 4:42. Sam Johnson, second in 4:43, running a lifetime best in a patient effort, a challenging effort. Noah Schweinard ran 4:52.78. The live results don't have it down to hundredths of a second, but let's go through it here. Ian McNeil, he was fourth in 4:50, season's best for him. Sammy Gamboa, 4:50 as well. Martin Fetterhoff from Hart, personal best for the junior pirate, 4:52. Quentin Smith, 4:53. Young freshman Abe Kia Eunice from Reed City, 4:53. Azrael Horvath from Manton, another freshman under 5, building towards a great future as a Ranger. Tommy Bollinger from Saugatuck, 4:56. All in all, 15 boys from that field of D3, D2, and D4 schools. A lot of youngsters in there under the 5-minute mark.
Officials for the 400 meter relay, please report to your exchange zones. This concludes today's 1600 meter run. We are 5 events away from the elite 3200 meter. Officials at the exchange zones, please give me the white flag when you are ready.
4x1 on the track. In lane 1, the Carson City Eagles. Carson City Crystal Eagles. Although it appears they are not on the track right now. Ionia's in 2, Saugatuck 3, Cadillac 4, Alma 5, Manton 6, St. Louis in 7, and Sacred Heart in 8. As far as 4x1s go in the state, Fowler's the number 2 time in D4. But enough about that now. Let's get to the track. Rough exchange for St. Louis on the outside. Cadillac looking good in 4. St. Louis with a nice second leg. Still looks like Cadillac's in the front. The Vikings powering through the turn. Manton making a nice run on the outside. Cadillac gets a sick first. Looks like Saugatuck in second. I believe that's Robeson from Saugatuck. Looking to make a comeback. And it's going to be Maisie Robeson powering through the line for the Trailblazers, winning this first heat. The Trailblazers running 53.97 to take that first section.
This is the final call for the girls 400 meter dash. Second call boys 400 meter dash.
As far as early qualifiers go, D4's girls 52.4. D3's girls 51 flat. And D2 50.3. Top seed time in this field is Hart's 51.18, Fowler at 51.54, P-Dub, Lansing Catholic, Shepherd, and Clare all in those low 52s. Breckenridge comes in seated 52.98, Chip Hills 53.45. In terms of rank, Hart has the fastest time. Wait, no. I'm looking at the 4x2 still. Hart has the 3rd fastest time in D3 this year. P-Dub with a number 2 time. Frankfurt in close proximity for those Eagles. In terms of lanes, Breckenridge 1, Shepherd 2, P-Dub 3, Hart 4, Fowler 5, Lansing Catholic 6, Clare in 7, Chip Hills in 8. Main competition is going to be between Fowler and Hart, with undoubtedly a Spicer and a Hovey in the mix. They are off in this girls 4x1. Fowler out well, making up the stagger. So too is P-Dub. First exchange, Fowler slightly ahead of Hart. Claire's looking good on the outside. It's Fowler's in the lead. Third exchange in, Fowler with a half a step on Hart. Hart is right in there. Believe that to be Hovey on the close. Fowler still has the lead coming off the bend. Getting the stick first are the Eagles. And could a D4 team win this D2 and D3 centric meet? Looks like those Fowler Eagles are going to take this one. Could they dip under 50 seconds? Perhaps. First place going to Fowler. in a time of 50.62. That is the number one time in all of D4 in this year, 2025. Not sure why they're doing calls for the girls 400 when we have a
Exchange zone officials, please let us know.
big 3 heat boys 4x1 coming.
So I see David on the grass. So I do not think Cadillac Oh, does it just look like 3 teams on the track right now? Is that what that is? 3, 4, and 5? 3, 4, and 5? Okay.
No shocker to many. Fowler ranked with the number 3 time in D3 or D4 this year. 45.09. In terms of D3, populated with Bluejay invite teams. Number 1, Lansing Catholic. Number 2, P-Dub, Tim Simpson, and Scott Warner, 11 of them relays. They are out in this first section, which contains Carson City, Manton, and Breckenridge. In spite of having one of the best times in D3 this year, Fowler has drawn lane 8 in the final. And it appears that the Carson City Eagles will take this first section.
He's like, this is just conditioning me to throw better. Throwing, yeah. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, there is one.
Exchange zones, are you ready?
D2 on the or D2 Heat 2 on the track. Potterville, Chip Hills, Sacred Heart, Cadillac, Saugatuck, St. Louis, and Ionia. Looks to be a little tighter race. Seed times ranging from 45.2 to 48.8.
Exchange zones are ready. We are ready to start the race.
I think Luca Hammond would have broken 9 in the late race too. Grand Haven always a little judicious. They just ran at Barnyard on last Friday. Not only is that a toll on the legs and the training, but if you're traveling 3 hours for a race and 3 hours home, probably cuts into that sleep a little bit too. So totally understand why Mr. Hammond wouldn't come out here. Hopefully he'll make it here next year. I'd say his career is progressing pretty nicely over there. And when pressed, I think he can go a little bit, not even just 8:59 point. I think he can be well under 9 minutes. And based on how that race at Romeo went, I wouldn't be shocked if Sam Baker could make there. I wouldn't be surprised if some luminaries from the west side, such as Henry Dixon, could make it. And even here today, Jack Bidwell, when pressed, has shown he's well more than capable of breaking through the 9-minute barrier. And they are off in the second heat of the boys 4x1. Out well is St. Louis in lane 6. First exchange was actually on the outside. That was Ionia. Although St. Louis waited a little bit further into the zone to get their first exchange out of the way. Still appears like St. Louis has the lead. The Sharks on the outside. Although I believe Chippewa Hills and comeback king David Burgess is in there. I believe that was Porter Westorp taking home the win for Cadillac. He of the 11 flat 100-meter variety. Let's go to that results board. That doesn't say. I wonder if I go to compiled, if that'll go to it. It just has it too. Doesn't even have it to the 10th place of the decimals. Anyhow, fast heats on the track. Reed City in 1, Alma in 2, Clare in 3, Lansing Catholic fastest seat time there in 4, P-Dub is in 5. 2 teams that'll vie for that D3 state title. Shepherd in 6, Hart in 7. And on the outside, who many teams will be chasing and who will put a good run into it, the Fowler Eagles. They are in the blocks. Gun is up. They are off. And the boys, 4x1. Lansing Catholic out well. Making up a little bit of ground on P-Dub. P-Dub gets a handoff first. Lansing Catholic well into the zone. This is where you can make up the most ground, is the second leg. You can run 120 meters on this one. And they put Trevor Smith on it, who hands up first for P-Dub. Lansing Catholic on the chase. The two teams almost looking good in 3. Final exchange. Late in the zone. If trouble is P-Dub. Shepard's going to come back for a late win. Almost looking to get second. Shepard with the comeback. Excellent exchanges, and they win. The boys, 4-1. $44.49 for the Panthers. Or the Panthers. $44.96 for the Panthers. $44.49 for the Blue Jays. Which is the season's best for the blue and yellow. A 32nd ranked time in D2. P-Dub was third, 45.04. Lansing Catholic, fourth, and 45.06. The fastest event on the track, taken by these home maple syrup fed Shepherd Blue Jays.
There will be 6 heats in the girls 400.
6 heats of the girls 400. Woo! Girls 400. 6 heats as said. Elia Una Buzanowski from Clare. Lydia Page from Clare. Augusta Bowman from Chip Hills. Reed City's Chelsea Alexander. Quinn Johns. Jacqueline Hatfield. Tori Francisco. And Madison Allen. A little battle here. Appears to be Hatfield and Johns. Both came in with PRs over 68 seconds. Maybe Johns can slip under there. Does not appear so, but she's going to take the heat win.
Famous Dave Concessions, 100 5-star reviews can't be wrong. Oh, wait, these are all Mason. Head over to Famous Dave's concession stand. Tell them Mason Cross sent you.
Girls' second heat. Appears that's Clara Smoes, sister of Lake State runner Nora, up from Reed City. She's going to take this heat pretty handily. She's followed by her Coyote teammate, Tatum Sanford. Tristan Thompson from Alma in third. Fiona Sizemore, Ionia, fourth. Elise Longuski from Shepherd in fifth. Lillian Rose Martin from Carson City in sixth. Heat 3 in their lanes. You got Sarah Warner from Shepherd in 1. Sophia Thalen from Fowler in 2. Sydney Galgochi from Shepherd in 3. Jocelyn Flores from Hart in 4. Kennedy Lamoran from Cadillac in 5. Leora Buss from Saugatuck in 6. Nicole Dagley from Chip Hills in 7. And Cecilia Sanchez from Sacred Heart in 8. They are off in this third heat. Looking strong in lane 5 is Lamoran from Cadillac. Galgochi making a run on the inside. She had the fastest lead time and personal best. 65:41. Shepard Jr. will take the third heat. Wind's gusting a little bit out there. It's coming out of the northeast, I would say, with intermittent spots where it just dies down. We had a little bit of tree coverage to the north, which might lessen the wind just a bit. But anyway, down the backstretch, the runners will be feeling it. Usually they're going to go out a little harder in the first 200. So maybe the wind gives a little bit more of an even split in this girls 400, which we're on the heat for. Branulina Gonzalez from Elma, senior. Allison Nurnberg from P-Dub. Leah Miller from Pewamba, Westphalia. Gracie Gerd from Potterville. Has competed in all the sprints thus far. Leah Thalen from Fowler. Ella Prico from Lansing Catholic. Kaya Rose, Sacred Heart, and Rosemary Hernandez from Hart. Fastest personal best in the field belongs to Gerd, 64.5. I should say fastest season best. Fastest personal best is Leah Miller's 64.35. They are off in this penultimate 400-meter heat. It appears that Gerd is out well. She's made up the stagger on much of the field ahead of her. Miller giving chase. On the inside, Gonzalez and Nuremberg look well. But it appears through 400 meters that it's Gerd. Ella Prico looks good. Let's see as they hit the bend and each have equal distance to cover. It looks to be Leah Thalen from Fowler. But Gracie Gerd taking over down the stretch. Straining on her face, pumping those arms. Looks like she may be close to being under 64. Ooh, let's see. Let's see what the time reveals. 63.99 lifetime best for the Potterville Viking sophomore.
Attention coaches, if you have any scratches for the 3,200-meter run, please make them in the next 10 minutes. You can do so online or in the press box. Once again, if you have any scratches for the 3,200-meter run, please make them in the next 10 minutes, either online or up here in the press box. Thank you.
Final heat in the blocks, or not in the blocks, on the track right now. Featuring some experienced seniors who have been all-state. Some former Bluejay winners, such as Joy Evans. And featuring talented freshmen, such as Lansing Catholic's Stella Gates. Brianna Patrick's in 1, Addie Main from Cadillac in 2, Lily Hopkins from Hart, she's in 3, Stella Gates from Lansing Catholic in 4, Joy Evans from Elma in 5, Ella Huffnagel from Fowler, she's in lane 6, Julia Paxton, P-Dub in 7, and Deja Dinwiddie from Breckenridge in lane 8. Joy Evans has already gone 59.62 this year. She owns a personal best of 57.38. She was a winner here last year in 59.11. In the previous year, she blasted through the 58-second mark, running 57.99. She has never finished outside of the top 3 in the 400 here at Bluejay. Moving to a third place finish here as a freshman. Looking to cap off her outstanding career here at Bluejay. Hopefully with another win. But looking to challenge and upend the senior Stella Gates from Lansing Catholic. And they're in the blocks. They are out in this girls 400 meters. So I see 7 runners on the track. I don't know if Evans dropped. whatever it is that appears to be a Lansing Catholic jersey in front, which would be Stella Gates. Just take this off the screen. There you go. And it appears that it is. Making a bit of a run on the outside. That's Huffnagel from Fowler. Looking to gain ground. Looking for a comeback victory. We're going to see at the tape what it is. From the booth, it looks like Huffnagel. But we will see what the cameras say. And it is Ella Huffnagel with the comeback win for the Fowler Eagles. Running 59.61. She nips Stella Gates at the line. Lily Hopkins from Hart in third. Brianna Patrick, the Manton Ranger, in fourth. Addie Main from Cadillac in 5. Julia Paxton in 6. Compiled results. We will see what they say here. Anyhow, going back through the results here a bit. Fowler's girls 4x1 winning team, 50-62. That's number 33 in the state of Michigan this year. Sprixie in the comments wants to gamble on the Elite 32. How much are you willing to lose, Sprixie? And who are you betting on? You can't just say we're going to gamble. You got to put a prediction out there. All right, boys 400 out there. It's a girls 400 results. Gerd actually snuck into 7th with her win from the second to last heat, her personal best of 63.99. Deja Dinwiddie from Breckenridge was 8th in 64.23. 6th from P-Dub Paxton. 5th from Cadillac Maine. And the rest of the top 4 as it was in that final heat. Boys 400 out there. First heat, 3 runners. Landon Rose, Jackson Eli, and Brandon Redfield. 7 heats of this. The most pain per second of any race out there, the 400 meters.
This is the second call for the girls 200 meter hurdles and first call for the boys 400 meter hurdles.
Can I do something on that computer real quick?
Correction, 300 meter hurdles.
Hamill had to do some nerd stuff here in the room here, so I had to get out of the way and get off the mic. But let's peer at some results here. Jackson Eli ran a PR, 63.37. Manton Sr. Brandon Redfield was second, and Landon Rose in third. On the track now, got 8 runners, actually 7 runners. Yadiel Villodas Maldonado, Emmerich Thalen, Alexander Ho, Nathan Cromar, Isaac Gola, Gavin Yarnell, and Jackson Keller. Fastest PR in the field is Cromar. Sacred Heart freshman's run 59.27. How do we get out of here? And they were off in this heat. I think I just screwed something up here. Let's do this. They are out. And well, late comeback coming from Cromar here. Looks like he's going to take it. Perhaps under that personal best. $59.37. Sprixie in the comments, still haven't heard what you're gambling for. At least Ben Young put something out there. I'm going with Jack Bidwell. That's a big racer. And for the girls, man, I'm undecided. Still wondering if Romeo's going to beat the field if it was cross-country style scoring. Boys Heat is out there. Bryce Shattuck, Mark Karimi, Liam Thalen, Joey Bushi, Joseph Lykovec, Ethan Reeves, Dominic Chiverton, and Tristan Gauthier. A lot of yelling at people, especially a man named Adam. But anyhow, Sacred Heart. It appears that's Mr. Karimi in the lead, powering, straining. Young Irishman in the 56-second range. $56.6 looks to be a personal best for the young red and green Sacred Heart Irish. Fourth heat out there. Caleb Palmer, Max Nerovich, Luke Pettingill, Chase Skinner, Chris Foley, Lucas Ramirez, Blakely Doolittle, and Jeremy Schramm. Fastest PR in the field, it appears to be Luke Pettingill from Manton. Fastest time on the season is Chase Skinner, young freshman from Saugatuck. We are out. Looking good out the gate is Max Nerovich, young Cadillac runner. So too is Jeremy Schramm from Potterville. Nerovich blasted out, and he does not seem to be relenting one bit. Saugatuck making a late run for it. That appears to be Chris Foley. But to the line, it looks like it's going to be Nerovich. Looks like he's going to be under 56. $55.1, which would be a lifetime best. Chris Foley was second at 56.1. Blakely Doolittle from Carson City, he was third.
the starters. This is a test fire. Test complete.
5th heat on the track, Judah Todd, Hayden Shattuck, Colin Hargrove, Gavin Rabideau, Kyle Willoughby, Noah Tripp, Hunter Doolittle, and Zach Story. Off in this 3rd to last heat. How are these boys? Fastest PR in the field, Gavin Rabideau, or Ravin Gabideau from Lansing Catholic, 54.65. Fastest season's best, also held by Rabideau. He looks to be out pretty well. The whole pack of boys is right in there with one another. Noah Tripp is running well. Rabideau looks good. In lane 3 there, Colin Hargrove looks good. St. Louis making a late run on the outside and the inside. Rabideau maybe in 3rd or 4th. It appears that was Noah Tripp who took it home. He runs 54.77. Look at this. We got live results down to the 100th place. Everything is ripping and roaring halfway through this Bluejay meet. I've been here, I think, 5 years. This is the busiest I've ever seen. The inside of the track stands pretty well populated, but there are a lot of athletes out here. And why not? Spring has sprung. Beautiful spring weather. Nice sunny day. As opposed to the storms on Tuesday, the lightning delays on Friday, the frigid cold we had much of this winter. Lane 1 in this penultimate heat. That's Nick Petrick from Saugatuck. Tyler Spitzley from Westphalia is in 2. Reed Jackson from Potterville in 3. Caleb Richardson from Cadillac in 4. Ren Matthias from Lansing Catholic in 5. Kip Bailey from Shepherd in 6. Nolan Simon from Fowler in 8. And Jack Slotman, key contributor to the Pirate cross-country team. He's in lane 8. Peering ahead to the 400-meter final, Chase Lorenz, 3rd-ranked runner in D3 right now. Nate Spicer, 4th ranked in D4. Also CMAC champion and Region 37 champion Spicer was also 4th at the state finals last year. Lorenz was 15th in D3 and a Region 22 champ. Carter Ramsire, 8th ranked in D3. Ford Phillips, 12th ranked in D4. Ford Phillips was 10th in D4 last year and 2nd as a sophomore. Penultimate heat out there. Off to a good start. Appears Slotman on the outside. Nolan Simon from Fowler giving chase. Fastest seed time and personal best is Richardson in lane 4. Many runners concentrated around that 54, 53 second range. Making up a little ground on the inside, Tyler Spitzley. But hitting the turn, it looks like Jack Slotman's in first. Let's see if anyone can kick him down. Well, Lansing Catholic is sure trying. That'd be Ren Matthias. Slotman looking to hold him off. Matthias is going to take this penultimate heat. Looks to be under 54 seconds. Let's go to the results board. 54.19 for Matthias. Going through the compiled results, he has the fastest time heading into the final. Jack Slotman, second fastest time. From that heat before, that was Noah Tripp.
Especially like to come up quick, that'd be good. If you can gain on quick.
Final heat on the track. Hunter McGuire in lane 1. The aforementioned 2023 D4 runner-up Ford Phillips, he's in lane 2. Carter Ramsire, he's in 3, ranked top 10 in D3 this year. Chase Lorenz, also ranked in that top 10 in D3. He's in lane 4. The mid-distance long sprint savant from Fowler, Nate Spicer, he's in 5. Alexander Reyes from Elma in 6. Andrew Kieunis from Reed City in 7. And Alex Nuremberg, likely related to great thrower Gavin Nuremberg from P-Dub in lane 8. And they are out in this final heat of the boys 400 meters. Spicer's out well. So too is Lorenz. They have made work on the staggers of the folks in front of them. Ford Phillips hanging in there. It appears that we have a dropped runner. I believe that would have to be Hart. But no mind. That's Chase Lorenz, who has taken over the lead in lane 4. Big move from 250 meters on. Sunglasses, Pit Vipers, hanging through. The Heart Runner through the line. He wins. The Shepherd Bluejay, 400 meters. Chase Lorenz, 49.93. The number 30 time in the state of Michigan this year. And let's go to the books. Still the number 3 time in D3. Moves him up in terms of seed times at state, to which he had an early qualifier. I believe he already hit that at the Heart and Soul Classic earlier in the year, but just lowers it just in case someone dares to run faster later on this year. Yeah, it appears we're showing random girls 1600 results on the scoreboard. So we'll take that out. .300 hurdles are getting ready. I'm going to take a little bit of a break and head out of here for a second, and I will be back to talk some more later.
This is the first heat of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. There will be 5 heats of both the boys and girls 300-meter hurdles tonight.
I am so supportive and active. I just love them so much. Was I in there? I just did. Boom, boom. I got it. I got. No, I wasn't. Oh yeah. Was I actually?
All right, we are back. Had to get some water. Third heat of the girls 300 hurdles. Real huge battle going on here between Davis and Wagner, it appears. Looks like Sahara Davis is going to take it this one. And 53, 55, season's best. Fourth heat out there. Thalen Flint from Lansing Catholic in 1. Brenna Campbell from Clare. She's in lane 2. Sarah Predum from Sacred Heart in 3, Trinity Pole, Westphalia in 4, Allison Sandro from Alma 5, Ellie Gross from Hart in 6, Kara Stiver and Austin Dubois rounding out the field. Out well is Trinity Pole from Westphalia. Pole still looks to have the lead. She hits these final hurdles, powering through, hitting the arms. Hart making a run on the outside. Trinity Pole is going to take this heat. Final heat is headlined by 3 girls: Hannah Abbott, Maria Weiber, and Isabel Curry. Faith Stump from P-Dub isn't far behind. Maddie Gates running her final Bluejay hurdle race on her home Shepherd track. Nadia Schaefer, Paige Thalen, both from Fowler. In D4 ranks, Weiber's ranked 5th in the division. Leah Thalen's ranked 9th in D4, Nadia Schaefer 8th. And they are out in this girls' final heat of the 300 hurdles. Out well on the outside is Stump. Hannah Abbott making up some ground. Isabel Curry from Lansing Catholic hanging in there as well. Abbott hits the 5th hurdle in a good spot. Weiber making a run on the outside. Still Abbott in the lead. Coming on the inside, Isabel Curry hoping to grab 2nd. Hannah Abbott still in the lead. Final hurdle. She clears it into the line. Low 47s. 47-37. Season's best. Number 35 time in the state for Hannah Abbott. And let's check the leaderboard. Currently, that sits as the number 6 time in D3 this year. That leaderboard in D3 has been popping lately. A 46.50 today from Brooklyn Parker's Quincy. Quincy's Brooklyn Parkler. Beth Sweeney earlier this week, 46.58. Julia Hughes, 46.68. Nora Galton today, 46.92. Boys 300 hurdles coming up here. First heat's out there, and they're rolling through. I can't even do research. Jaden Dornbos, Connor Coombs, Blake Hollorn, Teddy Nylander. Just peering through the list in the state here. Brady Feldpausch, number 21 time in the state this year, 39.85. Claire's Conan Weeks ranks 36th in Michigan, 40.43. Remington Hayworth, 50th ranked time, 41.05. Also notable names, Chris Churchill from Elma, Lyric Fielder from Hart, Tyler Travis from Shepherd, Tyler Travis ranking 77th in the state and 16th in D2. Leland Van Alstyne had an excellent hurdle race earlier today. 40.03 this year in the 300 hurdles, ranking 3rd in D2 or D3, 27th in Michigan. They are out. Second heat. Boys, 300 hurdles. Giordano Montecampi from Breckenridge. Aiden Shaner. Brendan Patch. Colton Klump. Owen Middleton. Harry Gannon. Oliver Hosea. And Ethan Roadbaugh. Colton Klump had the lead, but he's getting challenged down the stretch here by Oliver Hosea, who's powering through this line. Looks like he's going to break 50 seconds. 47.68, a PR for the young freshman. Third of 5 heats, Ronan Leonard, Kieran Craddock, Hudson Fedewa, Levi Lynch, Pablo Ortega Rubio, Gus Palanta, Braylon Granger, and Kiefer Trimmer. Ooh, some struggling over the hurdles from some folks in the later lanes. Levi Lynch is looking good for Sacred Heart. See who's going over each hurdle first here. Still appears to be Lynch as we hit the bend. Lynch hitting the arms pretty hard here. On the outside, Kiefer Trimmer. Lynch powers off that second to last hurdle. Catapults into the first place across the line. We're in 44.49. 44.49, currently a right on the cusp of around 30th best in D4 right now. Second to last heat out there. Donovan Hoogerhyde, Cass Stanberry, Maddox McGaw, Luke Schneider, Penn Seeley, who I was greatly impressed with in the prelims of the high hurdles, and in the final, Penn Seeley. So impressed, I want to say his name twice. Kios Martin from Elma, Ashton Skinner from Saugatuck, and Isaac Thalen from Fowler.
Did she change the battery?
Hamill was in the booth talking. Some top priority conversation. But Elma's looking good over the hurdles. So too is Hoogerhyde on the inside. Claire is always a great hurdling school. Making a run for it on the outside. That appears to be Kios Martin. Penn Seeley coming quick through the line, but I think Hoogerhyde won it there. Let's take a look at the results. 44.49. Personal best for the sophomore Pioneer. Looking to perhaps compete in the Jack Pine Conference later in the year. We are fresh with a new battery. Can't have any mishaps and lapses in coverage later on today. Is this thing plugged in? All right. Maybe the end of my conversations with Mr. Hamill there. Just recounting about how I have to be nice and kind at Barnard. Anyway, final heat is out. Fowler in their long sleeves. Feldpausch looking, powering through, looking strong. Leland Van Alstyne in there. Tyler Travis. Conan Weeks. Remington Hayworth. Feldpausch is going over the hurdles first, but it appears that Weeks is making a run for it. Remington Hayworth looks good. Van Alstyne looks good. Van Alstyne's in first. Feldpausch looking to make a comeback. This is the type of championship medal he'll need down the stretch. Feldpausch makes a comeback run, and he wins the 300-meter hurdles. Let's look at the scoreboard here. 39.70, a season's best for the Fowler Eagle. Personal best, Leland Van Alstyne, first time under 40 seconds as he makes his run towards championship season. Remington Hayworth, PR for the Shepherd Senior in his final 300 hurdle race at the Bluejay Invite. He runs 40.71, number 43 time in Michigan this year. And we will look and see where that is in D2. 4071, currently ranking as the number 8 time in D2 this year. And now the girls 800 meters.
This is the third and final call for the boys' 800 run.
Had to do a quick promo in the Michigan cross country group chat thing that I made. I don't even know how to describe that. A channel on Instagram. Anyway, heat 1 of 2 girls 800. Allie Schmitz, Maisie Matthews, Stella Lipinski, Embry Vilat, Livia Curtis, Abby Dice, Paula Cano, Elena Hansen, Carly Thompson, Olivia Thalen, Taylor Wills, Brooklyn Carter, Fiona Sizemore, Kaylee McCracken, Kelsey Harding, Madison Mogenberg, Alexis Soto, Kylie Fleischer, Olivia Dubé, Harriet Kidder, and Kylie Swagger. Fastest seed time in that group is a 2:39 from Schmitz. $200 meters in, 250 in. We're up 50 seconds into this. Stella Lipinski, Lansing Catholic Cougar in the league lead. I believe that's Harriet Kidder in second, or perhaps Brooklyn Carter. Either way, it's a Hart girl. They go through 400 meters right around 1 minute and 20 seconds. Hart has taken over the lead. I stand corrected. I can't see that far. That's the problem. I should look at the stream. It appears to be Saugatuck. In that case, it would probably be Livia Curtis with a lead down the backstretch. Ooh, big kick coming here. From the girl in red. Who could this be? If I were down on the track like I will be at Farmington tomorrow, I would be able to tell you who it is. This appears to be Hart. Going 1-2 in this first section of the girls 800. Her teammate making a late run for it. Both right around that 240 mark. That was Harriet Kidder, 240.25. Her teammate made a big kick at 200 meters, only to get passed by the experienced senior Emery Violat, 240.77. Livia Curtis runs 242. Maisie Matthews, 244. Stella Lipinski, 246. Final section in faster heat here. You got Gracie Warner, Shepherd Sr., Macy Cornell from Chip Hills, Ruth Hansen, Cam Sixberry from Saugatuck, Elizabeth Leatherer from Clare, Kennedy Wamhoff from Manton, Quinn Hatfield from Chip Hills, Lauren Lace, Clare, Julia Paxton, and Adeline Thalen, both from P-Dub. Alina Martinson from Saugatuck, Danica Reedus. It's taken me 5 years, but I've finally pronounced that last name correct. Frances Malin from Lansing Catholic, Whitney Werner, all-state caliber runner from P-Dub, Kelsey Pung, and Ella McInerney from Cadillac and Fowler, respectively, both very good mid-distance runners. And looking to go back-to-back, she won the 1600 earlier, Josie Bishop, outstanding freshman for the cross-country state champion Lansing Catholic Cougars. Oh, and I got some intel from Coach Simpson. They're going to be really good again next year. So I'm assuming you'll be reading my website, Instagram, blog over the summer. Very good chance those LC girls are ranked number 1 coming into the year. And we are out in this hot, fast heat of the girls' 800-meter run. Double waterfall, 100 meters in. Girls sprinting, elbowing, throwing bows, looking for position. Who's going to get to the turn first is the real question. Whitney Werner making a run on the outside. Looks like McInerney from Cadillac's in there too. They hit 200 meters around 35 seconds. I'm sure the Shepherd folk are hoping Danica Reedus can put a good performance together. She's got some of the best speed in the field. But that appears to be Werner up front. The senior Pirate who's been through a lot of battles, a lot of adversity, and has still emerged as one of the best runners in the state. She goes through 400 meters around 68 seconds, followed by a whole pack of girls under 72. 5-meter lead, it appears, for Werner, with runners taking chase. Who's that in second behind her? Looks to be Kelsey Pung, perhaps. McInerney from Cadillac in third. Bishop from Lansing Catholic in fourth. We hit 200 meters to go. Girls are side by side. Who will take this 800-meter crown? Cadillac's McInerney's looking good on the outside. She has moved into second place. Bishop has put herself into the race. Even the girl in fifth is in contention if she can swing around and pull through. Appears to be Cadillac's McInerney in first. Danica Reedus with a late run. Josie Bishop's in the mix. Can Reedus pull off the upset win? Can Bishop hold her off? It looks like it's going to be Josie Bishop with the double, 16 and 8. Whole host of girls under 230 go to the results board. Josie Bishop, 222.15 in a gaudy win. Danica Ritas showing out in front of her home crowd, 222.22 for the young Bluejay freshman. All right, let's take a look at those results. Josie Bishop, 222.15. Ritas, 222.22, season best. Ella McInerney. I'm going to say that right at some point. I'm going to have to ask. 223.31. Kelsey Pung, 4th, 224. Lauren Lease also runs 224. Frances Malin, season's best at 224. Adeline Thalen, 227. Whitney Werner, 228. Rounding out the top 8. Boys, 800 meters is on the track. Heat 1, containing 16 names. Sutton Klaus, Donovan Wells, Jackson Sterling, Vincent Beck, Brendan Patch, John Egan, Devons Svelti Cruz, Riley Yoakum, Caleb Paez, Ryder Boyers, Liam Van Skoyak. It's a cool last name. Jackson Fuller, Pete Mitchell, Dominic Chiverton, Carter Sandro, and Noah Wolf. 3 heats of this boys' 800 meters. Seed times in this heat ranging from 249 all the way down to 218. 218, usually going to go through 400 around 60, 66, 67 seconds. We have a young man who has taken an early lead at 232. So we may see the field pull through to a nice personal best. From the looks of the jersey, I believe that's Claire. But it could be Sacred Heart. It could be Sutton Klaus from Claire. He's run 217 before, but he doesn't have a seed time. He goes through 400 meters at a quick 62-second pace. Looks like that could be Donovan Wells from Potterville in second. But at this point, at the pace that Klaus is running at, there is no second place. He's got about 20 meters on the field. Can they catch him? Can they reel him in? Or is the gap too insurmountable to close on Klaus? No one has really made a run from that pack. Klaus goes through 600 meters in 1:39. That's 2:12 pace. Personal best coming into that was 2:17. Let's see if he's got the strength to come through with a lifetime best. And Sutton Klaus really ripping into that PR. He's going to shred a ton of time off that. Looking to be about 2:13. Saugatuck, that could be Pete Mitchell in there. Looks like Reed City. Go to the results board. 2:12.76. Chopped off more than 4 seconds from his lifetime best. Sutton Klaus. Pete Mitchell did grab second, 2:17.75. Top 3 runners all got PRs. My favorite last name in the field, Liam Vanskoyak, 2:17.77. Fourth was Noah Wolf. Fifth, Carter Sandro. Second heat, boys 800. Seed times of this 15-runner field ranging from, here, I'm going to go look at the start list because the live isn't as great at that, 212 to 218. Anyway, you have Quentin Smith from Fowler, Brian Gardner from Chip Hills, Grant Ackley, Carter Fedewa, Tucker Roll, Isaiah O'Neill, Nolan Simon, Azrael Horvath, Ben Nessel, Sam Johnson, Caleb Shorts, Kona Crump, Bradley Gold, Luke Grinnell, and Teo Crum. Sam Johnson had a nice run in the 16 earlier. And if the first heat was any indication, expect sometimes into the below 210 range. Seed time, fastest, 212. Expect maybe 62-63 on this opening lap. We're at 55 seconds. And Manton's Azrael Horvath leads the field through 400 meters, right around 62. Why is this results board still on the screen? Who is in control of that? He doesn't know what he's doing. Horvath has the lead. Close behind in second. It looks to be Caleb Shorts, perhaps from Ionia. Looks to be a blue jersey to me. They have a gap on the field, but the field is closing on that gap. 62, that's usually going to lead to about a 67, 66 final lap, which would get him under 210. Horvath has given up the lead. I believe that to be Shorts, perhaps Grinnell, but I think Shorts in first place right now. Whatever it is, he hits 100 meters to go, around 154, powers through. Appears to be Luke Grinnell from Chippewa Hills. He is going to be closing in short of 210. Does he hit it? Hitting the results, 209.81 for the Chip Hills Warrior Jr. Nearly a 3-second personal best. Zach Halfman, Samuel Martini runs for the greatest school on planet Earth, Wayne State. Sadly, Wayne State's not competing at the Bluejay Classic. If they were, you wouldn't even be able to find a parking spot in Shepherd. Fellow Michigan fan and basketball nut Jonah Workman. I will take a Jonah Workman win. All right, let's get these results off the screen. Final heat. Boys, 800 meters is out there. 16 runners, ranging from Alex Gebhardt's 2:12 seat time. Heading on down the list, Trander Vandekod from Hart. Brody Swanson, forever a fan of the speed ratings page, from Cadillac. Logan Pettengill from Manton. Jonah Palatz from Sacred Heart. Ian McNeil from Shepherd. Marcus Silva from Saugatuck. Mason Wing from Cadillac. Paul Saladin, 1600 winner, in a nice clutch, savvy win. Wyatt Werner from P-Dub. James Tennis from Lansing Catholic. Bodie Heiss, I'm going to repeat what I said at Barnyard, mid-distance star. John Kowach from P-Dub. Sam Moorhead, P-Dub. Blaze Demko, P-Dub. Reese Davis, the Marshall Red Hawk. First appearance of a outstanding cross-country team, Marshall. D2 early qualifier 157, D3 early qualifier 159.3, D4 EQ 201 flat. We are at 300 meters. Boys are blazing through 43 seconds. That's Reese Davis in the front, hoping to lay the stage for Jack Bilbo to run some fast times later. Blaze Demko in second. They go through 400 meters in 57 seconds, looking to work past 2 flat. Davis is in the lead. Demko in second. Bodie Heiss making a run for it in third. Whole host of P-Dub Pirates in that 4th to 6th range. Davis has set the early pace. Demko is taking the lead with 200 meters to go. They're at 127. They were at 57 at 400. They just ran a 30 for that third 200. The fourth 200 is the hardest, but they have set themselves in a great position to break through sub 2. I believe this to be Demko. It could be Tennis. Either way, he is powered on this last lap. Davis is making a late run for it. They are going to be well under 2 minutes. That is an early qualifier over in D3. So late in 203. Whole pack of the field under 207. 159.07. Blaze Demko. Let's double check that. 159.3 was the early qualifier. That Lansing Catholic Cougar will be competing at Kent City, I believe, at the end of the month. Let's peer back at those live results here.
This concludes the 800-meter run and started at 200.
159.68 for Davis. 2 flat.52 for John Kowach. Bodie Heiss, 202.65. James Tennis, 203.05. Wyatt Werner, 203.42. Paul Saladin, 205.30. And rounding out the top 8, Trevor Vandekod, the Hart freshman, running 206. By the way, if you're a 206 freshman, that's a title contending kind of time 2 or 3 years down the line. Just saying. The Hart tradition will continue. 200 meters out there on the track. Girls final. 2 heats. First one's got Elise Thalen, Cam MacArthur, Tayana Trepanier. If you're wondering why I know how I know how to pronounce that last name, if you were a college basketball fan in the mid-2000s, you know Jeff Trepanier from USC. He had a sweet lefty stroke. Gracie Gerd from Potterville. Giovanna Clark from Alma. Maya Rademacher from Fowler. Leah Miller from P-Dub. And Eva Thalen from Fowler in this first heat. Thank you, M. Suvet 2007. As I said, Mr. Vander Cody will be a title contender down the line, so I better learn how to pronounce it now. But if I spelled out my last name for you, there's a guaranteed 100% chance you would mispronounce it. Armelagos. 99% of the time it gets mispronounced, and I don't really care. It happens. Anyhow, first heat, girls 200, all coming in, seed times in the 28s. This is going to be a barn burner in a close finish. Luckily, we get a big old computer, FAT timing, that can discern to the 1,000th place. I'm just giving you a hard time. M. Suvet 2007. Don't take it seriously. I'm doing all right. I've stumbled over my words a little bit here. But anyhow, 200 meters is out there. It appears that Trepanier in the lead. Looking strong on the outside. And coming through with a late run, that's Gracie Gerd. She had a great run in the 400 earlier, hitting a PR. She's going to take that first heat of the girls 200. Let's run to the times. She runs a 27.77. Excellent day for Gerd. PR after PR. Second was Giovanna Clark from Elma. Trepanier from Shepherd, 28.36. Eva Thalen, Fowler, young freshman. Don't be shocked if she's up on the state leaderboards in a few years. 28.54. Results did get corrected. 28.53 for Leah Miller. She's had her hands in a million races today. Cam MacArthur, 5th. Maya Rademacher, also 5th. Elise Thalen, 28.91, 7th. Eva Thalen, 29.06. Last heat is up there on the track. And we have 8 runners. Olivia Riley from Lansing Catholic. Molly Carlson from Reed City. Faith Stump from P-Dub. Brianna Patrick from Manton. Addison Hovey from Hart. Maisie Robeson, Saugatuck. Isabel Wood from Shepherd. And Zoe Barnes from Cadillac. As I said earlier in the stream, Maisie Robeson, especially if she pushes it, has an excellent chance at hitting a early qualifier. Brianna Patrick had a great run earlier today in the 400.
They were standing on the fence and it felt like I'm just on the other side.
Addison Hovey, state champion and basketball star. A loaded final in this girls' 200 meters. They are in the blocks. They are out.
Wait, 28.6
Out hard is Addison Hovey. Maisie Robeson matching it. Isabel Wood looking good on the outside. Faith Stump is in the mix too. Early on, it's looking like Isabel Wood running away from the field. Looking to capture the crown here at Bluejay. Hits the line. $26.92. Isabel Wood captures the 200 meters on her home track. 27.16 for Patrick. 27.34 for Robeson. Molly Carlson, 27.64. Addison Hovey, 27.72. Olivia Riley, 27.77. Faith Stump, 27.79. And rounding out the 200. Zoe Barnes, 28.08. compiled in those girls 200 results. Gracie Gerd ended up getting 6th from the second heat, or the first heat, I shall say. Heat 1 of 2 of the boys is getting ready to get in the blocks. Ben Cohagen, Carson Highland, Watson Ferrari, Kyle Willoughby, Gabe Helsel, Ty Hartby, Bryce. How do I say? Oh, Vander Cody. Thank you. So convenient. So last week in Romeo, I had the Romeo parents were like giving me pronunciations on like every name. So when you get to Annie Herbovsky in the Romeo's race, or the 3200 later, I've got that covered. Same with Natalia Gorissimo. But first heat of the boys 200. Out well appears to be lane 5. That'll be Gabe Helsel, freshman. He's run 23.71 already in his career. Kyle Willoughby, the Shepherd, freshman, getting 2nd. We'll hit to this. Helsel lowers his personal best. He runs 23.65. The wind has completely died down, by the way. So in 200 prelims, it was like a slight headwind going into the turn and a slight tailwind coming out of it. There is absolutely no wind right now. So Jeff Hollabaugh would be happy. All these are legal. Kyle Willoughby was 2nd in 24.17. 3rd was Watson Ferrari. 4th, Bryce Vander Cody. All hitting PRs. Last heat, David Burgess, TJ Powell, Ezariah Taylor, Trevor Smith, Porter Westorp, Jacob Morrison, Andy Kia-Eunice, and Riley Arthur. Trevor Smith has gone under 22 in his career. Ezariah Taylor comes in with the season best at 22.82. Which is a early qualifier. TJ Powell, lifetime PR of 22.49. David Burgess had some nice runs and comebacks earlier in the meet, I should say. We are in the blocks, on our marks. Camera zoomed out so can't see the starter as well. Let's see. Gun is up. We are out. Trevor Smith out hard. Westorp giving him everything he can to hold him off before the turn. Smith hits the turn in first place. Taylor looking for a late run. Porter looking to hang in there. It's Trevor Smith who's powering through. Significant gap, 10-20 meters. Trevor Smith with the win. Let's go to the times. 21.89. That is the number 11 time in the state of Michigan this year. Ezariah Taylor, 2nd in 22.92. Porter Westorp, 23.03. He was 3rd. Jacob Morrison, PR for the young Sacred Heart freshman, 23.2. 23.2. Let's check it. 23.23, a mere 0.03 away from an early qualifier. 21.89 for Trevor Smith. If I'm not mistaken, that's the number 1 time in D3 this year. Let's look. 21.89 from Dennis Jackson at the Charter School Conference meet on April 23rd. Trevor Smith matches that, and we will have some great running in 4 weeks at the D3 state finals. I'm going to go make a little final plea for people to watch this stream, at least before the girls 32. Actually, here I'm going to announce who's in the field. First heat, 17 runners. Taylor Wills, Taylor Sight, Seeped from Clare, Tessa Ward from Manton, Ava Harris from Chip Hills, Emma McCarty from Carson City, Lily Fouts from Clare, Brianna Van Zwoel, Lansing Catholic, Marin Curtis from Saugatuck, Leah Story from Chip Hills, Louisa Vanderswag from Hart, Carly Thompson from Ionia, 2 Alma girls, Jocelyn Dickman and Vivian Wicks, Savannah Vandenberg, also a cool last name when you have 3 capital letters in it. Just saying. You Dutch got some good names. Alicia Pedron from Cadillac, Autumn Reynolds and Elena Driver from Potterville. Seed times in this first section are ranging from, let's look through here, 13:20 to 15:48. 13:20 is about 6:40 pace, or 1:40 per lap. So hopefully these girls run some semi-consistent even splits and we can get them to times faster than listed. If it's any indication, it'll be a fast night for distance running. And we are out first section of the girls 3200. All right, I'm back. 2 laps in. 3:01. I think that probably is Vandenberg from Saugatuck in first. I believe I think that's Vivian Wicks from Alma in second. Hey, I like Caleb Keller. I just got a message from Luke Janowski who is a very how do I want to say this? I don't say running nerd because that may have a bad connotation, but just a very passionate Upper Peninsula runner. Got 96 Upers competing downstate this weekend. I don't think that was a thing like pre-pandemic, but like we had kids from Marquette at Barnyard. You have Calvin Kaida, who traveled like 4,500 miles in the wintertime. So it's glad our state's coming together. Hopefully we can get UP people running at the state meet. Country Mill Farms, thank you for, if you're the same Country Mill Orchards, thank you for putting together cross-country meets. Joey Light, if that's Keon Schneeweiss, I hope it is. Now, we got to have UP teams compete. We would have Marquette hit the podium this year in D1. Anyhow, girls' first heat is out there. Gabe Litzner's a tough one. Ain't no people coming back from car accidents to win state titles, except Gabe. I like Gabe's chances. And I really like his running career when he gets a consistent group of people to train with. It's going to be a pleasure to see. Through a mile, 1,600 meters. I believe that to be Vandenberg from Saugatuck. 6:11 would be an excellent time. Yeah, Matt McNamara, I completely agree. I don't think they can do it. Like, people are going to say it's unfair, but the UP State meet is, 3 weekends before cross-country state and downstate or under the bridge or for us trolls. I feel like they should have it where the number one team in the UP for each division has the opportunity to either accept or turn down a spot in the state finals in their corresponding division. So like if, let's say, Kingsford wins D1 UP State, if they have 800 kids in their school, they should be able to accept a spot in the D2 state meet. Wouldn't take away any opportunities for downstate teams, and it would give opportunity for the Upper Peninsula to compete against a more thorough field. Anyhow, Saugatuck still in the lead, first heat. She was at about 6:10 or so at 1,600, about 7:45. Slow down a little bit. Hopefully Miss Vandenberg can keep focused these next few laps and make a serious run at her personal best. Her personal best coming in is 13:34. Yeah, and I agree with Mr. McNamara there. I also think, like, for the Midcom meet, maybe next year I just draft all UP kids and just make a UP team. Wouldn't add any business to the store from Hanson's, but I think it would be a cool concept.
this time we'd like to request that you do a look around the infield and kind of take care of some of the trash that's been thrown out. Would be extremely helpful. So please take care of your trash. Thank you.
Six laps in. Saugatuck still held and strong. She is at 9:32. That's about 12:40 pace. She was around what 6:10 at 30 or at 16. Gonna be a positive split, but still on her way to perhaps running under 13 minutes. Cross-country championship squads are built on the backs of 13-minute 2-milers. Whether that be a county crown, a regional crown, or just plain old great depth. Vandenberg can be a nice little force for Saugatuck next year and this year. Bell lap 1:11:16.
That's the bell lap for the first heat.
Savannah Vandenberg from Saugatuck. It could be Marin Curtis. If it's Marin Curtis, that's also a huge PR for her. Either way, a Saugatuck Trailblazer is in the line for a very satisfying night and weekend. A smart person would have brought binoculars, and I was thinking about that this week, but decided to stay up in Mount Pleasant last night, packed before work Thursday morning, and gave myself like 15 minutes to pack. So I think I forgot my binoculars. Anyhow, the Saugatuck Trailblazer has quickened her cadence with 200 meters to go. Down the finishing stretch comes the winner of this first heat of the girls 32. 12:46. Let's look at my live results here. I won't burden the screen with it right here. That is Savannah Vandenberg. Came into this race with a personal best of 13:34. Just drops a casual 48 seconds. So I think I expect that probably from other people in the field. So, Helen Sachs, what was her personal best? Like 2:10:10. Totally expecting a 9:22 then. Alicia Pedron from Cadillac, 13:11. Jack Bidwell, 8:58 seed time. Maybe 8:10 if everything holds consistent. Vivian Wicks, 13:23. Season best for the Elma Panther senior. Jocelyn Dickman, her teammate, personal best, 13:33. Marin Curtis, Saugatuck, 13:43. Personal best. Love to see those seniors hitting season's best or personal bests. Running your best time in your last year of your career gives great motivation.
Attention spectators, athletes, and coaches. Famous Days will be shut down tonight at 10
For those lifelong runners.
The last All Famous Day, so get yourself over there and
Charlie Hamilton or Jason Hamilton?
whatever you get before that 10 o'clock bell.
Tell Charlie Hamilton to come visit us at Hanson's and maybe he'll get some recognition. How about that? Am I allowed to do that? I think Jason Hamilton Troy is at Farmington tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see him go against the Shamar Gambles and Jaden Smiths of the world. Don't quote me on that though, but it definitely seems like a meet I've seen Troy at a million times. Second heat of the girls 32 is out there. Let's take a look at the start list here. Now we're getting to some quick times here. Top seed in the field is Zoe Hoekstra from Grand Rapids Christian at 11:33. But let's go through the field. Bryn Riley from Hart, 13:13. Avery Miller, Lansing Catholic, 13:13. Natalie Vine, standout Breckenridge senior, part of a couple top 10 Husky cross-country squads. Charlotte Simon from P-Dub. Wasia Lambertson from Shepherd, Anna Johnson from Alma, Emily Young from Shepherd, Elena Shaner from Hart, Megan Gimme from Shepherd. Marlo Wolcott had a good personal best in the mile, or the 16, running about 5:48 earlier. Betsy Gooden from Manton. Should just pronounce it Manton the rest of the night. That's a lot easier on the tongue. Jean Holland from Cadillac, Dory Simon from Chip Hills, Jenna Kylan, P-Dub, future Northwood star Danica Aldrich from Breckenridge, Chloe Mazza from Caddy, Jillian Clayson, Forest Hills Eastern, Linnea Page from Fremont, 11:45 seat time, Merlina Howell, one of the harder working runners will know, somehow impeccably. She ran 5:19 last week. That's insane. To where she's come from. Sophia Bazzelli from Clare. Chloe Lenst, Ithaca. That's a running family if there is one. Chloe Stallhood from Hillsdale. Hannah Dupuis, Caledonia. Elise Barden from Frankenmuth. Mia Williams from DeWitt. Jane Olney, West Ottawa. Zoe Hoekstra, Grand Rapids Christian. 11:33 fastest seed time in this section. Most, basically, 12 girls listed under 12 flat. Many will be making a run for that 12 flat mark. All right, let's go through some early qualifying times. For D4, the 32 is 11:29. D3, 11:18. And D2, 11:06. Maybe a little out of reach for some in this field. The state qualifier is 11:45. So let's say you're, for D2 it's 11:45. Let's say you were at 11:55 or 11:52 here. 7 seconds is not impossible in a week, especially peaking. State qualifier at regionals is 12:04 in D3 and 12:44 in D4. Through 400 meters, the girls go through in a minute and 23 seconds. They are setting a fast early pace. Minute 30 would be 12 flat. They are looking maybe take a run at sub 11. It appears to be Hoekstra from Grand Rapids Christian first. I believe that's Mia Williams in second. That should be Elise Barden in third. Anyhow, they go through 800 meters around 2:48. Extrapolated out, that is 11:12 pace. Once again, 11:06 early qualifier in D2. In D3, early qualifier is 11:18. DeWitt is actually in D1 this year. And the state qualifier in D1 usually hovers around 11:15 to 11:19. It's 11:06. Wait, no. Here, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's 11:15. I think, yeah, it's always hovered in that 11:15, 11:20 range. Comparing against genders, 11:15 is a little harder than 9:33. Girls in the state are very talented year after year, and those qualifiers are really fast. Three laps in, Hoekstra's doing a lot of the work. Hopefully one of these other girls can take the lead. Hoekstra's had 3 laps of lead, and there is no wind, so she's really not, having to break any wind for any of these girls. But mentally, that's a little bit of a strain. 4:15 through 3 laps. That's around 11:20 pace. So once again, D2 qualifier that has to be run at regionals to make it is 11:45. 11:06 is your early qualifier. Hoekstra still leads. She's opened up a little bit of a gap. I would say 2 to 3 meters on a pack of about 6 girls there. Hoekstra still leading. Mia Williams close behind. That might be Chloe Stallhood from Hillsdale on the outside. They go through a mile, 1,600 around 5:42 or so. So they've settled into a little bit of pace here. A little aggressive that first lap. Last 2 laps have been around 87 seconds or so. So let's see if another girl can take the lead here and maybe inject a little bit of pace into this, or just keep it honest for the next few laps. If I can be a little bit of a, I really shouldn't because these girls are faster than I ever was, but it would be helpful to Hoekstra, who has led for 4.5 laps, if another girl stepped up and took a little bit of the lead here. Of course, it could be the opposite. Hoekstra's giving little surges and not letting these girls take the lead, which would be a nice source of pride. Hannah Dupuy's in there. She's in 4th place. I believe that to be Chloe Lentz in 6th. 7:11 through 2,000 meters. We are still packed up through this back stretch, coming up around 2,200 meters. Big pack of 6 working with each other. Hoekstra still at the front of it. Here's that Stallhood is going to take over a little bit here. She's been laying in the cut, hitting the outside. She's going to try to get to the turn near the front. Mia Williams still in there. I believe that's Barden in 5th. Chloe Lentz hanging off the back. Chloe Maza in the chase pack. She's run well earlier today. We are still packed up back there. There's a coach who needs to stop pacing. That would be one thing. Can't have DQs here. All right, coming up at the bell lap, Hoekstra, dauntless and keeping this lead. Mia Williams on the outside, going by lapped runners. Hannah Dupuy in there, Barden in there. Lentz is falling off a bit, but trying to hang in there. They hit the bell in 10:06. Let's see what these girls got. I have a feeling there's going to be some movement in this final lap. Stallhood has taken the lead. Hoekstra has not fallen off after succumbing the lead. It's really come down to 5 girls here. Dupuy, Barden, Williams, Stallhood, and Hoekstra. It appears that it's Mia Williams who is now in front. Dupuy has matched her move. Fastest seed time in the field was 11:33. That's Hoekstra. Peering through the PRs, I do not see anything under 11:30. coming down 100 meters to go. Believe that to be Mia Williams in first. Sprinting hard towards the finish. Hoekstra in second. Dupuis in third. Believe that's Barden in fourth. 11:20, 21. PR City over here. Believe that's Stallhood. Let's check the scoreboard. 11:19.99 for Mia Williams, heading to Grand Valley next year. Zoe Hoekstra, 11:22, personal best. Actually, I should just go through the live here. Let's see. Look at my touchscreen. My computer stops working. Number 40 time in the state of Michigan for Mia Williams, 11:19.99. Zoe Hoekstra, 11:22.57, personal best. Hannah Dupuis, personal best. For the senior, the Caledonia Scott runs 11:23.29. Top 6 in the field, all with PRs. Elise Barden, 11:26.53. Chloe Stallhood, 11:31. Chloe Lenst, 11:34. Let's check the D3 girls, 32.11.18. Okay. Chloe Mazza, 11:38, personal best. Linnea Page, 11:39, personal best. Top 8 girls, all with PRs. Let's see if we can get a results update here. I wonder if I can go live on Instagram and yell at people to watch the stream. Marlena Howell, PR for the Forest Hills Eastern Hawk senior. Jane Olney from West Ottawa, 10th and 11:52. Sophia Bazzelli, 12 flat. Dory Simon, 12:18. Jenna Kylan, 12:18. Danica Aldrich, season's best of 12:21. Merlo Walcott, PR City today for Reed City. The Coyote, 12:22. Slow as hell. Oops, that's not really cussing, is it though? Joey Light, mid-5s, mid-12s. But if it's a personal best for being obsessed with track, I'm probably top 10 in the nation. At least top 3 in the state. Girls 32 is about to hit the line. 19 seed times under 10 flat. Romeo girls with 5 of the top 10 seed times. Big field here. Let's take a look at the entry list. This is unlike Barnyard where I wrote 18 pages of stuff beforehand. I'm going off the cuff. I know a lot of these names. Annika Turbeek, contributor to a Grand Rapids Christian squad that's always top 5 in D2. Alyssa Kramer from P-Dub. Anna Saibenga from Forest Hills Central. Lila Dowling, young runner for West Ottawa. Ellie Skolma, Grand Rapids Christian, part of that state championship squad from a few years ago. Brooklyn Brown from Caddy has had a heck of a junior year. Really broke through some demons at the state finals. Grace Wanch from Lansing Catholic. Clara Kaiser, she's got speed, she's got distance prowess. All-stater in D2. Isla Holben from DeWitt. Emerson Clore from Romeo. Emmy. Natalie Foltz from Frankenmuth. Rachel Smith, outstanding freshman from Okemos. Jane Manthai, Petoskey St. Michael. They are out. I'm going to roll through 15 names as fast as I can. Amelia Garza's fantastic freshman. Annabelle Lohman, about to be joined by an outstanding freshman, but still holding her own for the Ludington Orioles. Kayla Williams, her sister, just won the second heat. Sienna Clemmer, outstanding freshman for Pioneer. Sadie Seaforth, I believe she's going to Ball State next year. Olivia Purdy from Romeo, a human metronome. She can keep an even pace. Hannah Bojes from Pioneer won a heat at Barnyard in a very patient and aggressive manner. Violet Herbovsky from Romeo, tough as nails, running on essentially a broken ankle to guarantee a state title for Romeo last year in cross. Ava Porras from West Ottawa, Natalia Gorissimo, steadily on the rise. Katie Berkshire, one of Gaylord's best runners ever. Annie H., not to be confused with Annie K. from Romeo. Ella Goodsell from Romeo. Natasha Dudek from Pioneer. And Helen Sachs, who both go through in first place, 11-13. 11:13. That's 4:52 pace for a mile, or 9:44 pace for a 2 mile. I believe that to be Berkshire in third, but I'll have to confirm when they get back on this side of the track.
This is your field in at least 3,200.
They are still running. You got Helen Sachs in front. Natasha Dudek following her. Little Tashi over there for Pioneer. Yes, that is Katie Berkshire in third place. I like the 90s rap in the background. 2 laps in. Helen Sachs taking the lead. Dudek in second. The big pack of the field. Through in 2:38, 2:40. It's 10:40 pace. Romeo exacting their usual strategy, hanging back. The bust of the pack, running in pairs. Going to be working their way through the field soon. But 2 have been sprinting out to the front. Helen Sachs and Natasha Dudek. They've opened up about a 20-meter gap on Berkshire and a significant gap on the rest of the field. They're 1,000 meters in. Right around 3:05. We'll get a 1,200-meter split, and we'll see where that's heading towards for 3,200. Let's peer at some other stuff here. Once again, D1 early qualifiers 10:40. D2 qualifiers 11:06. Sachs still holds the lead. They go through 1,200 meters, 3:45. That's right at 10 flat pace. Berkshire's in second. I keep saying second. She's the second runner. Third. I believe that's Annie H. from Romeo. Natalia behind her. Hannah Bojes and Sienna Clemmer. Violet from Romeo looks as in about 8th. Helen Sachs still in the lead. Natasha Dudek close behind. It looks like they're going to go through 1,600 right on the cusp of 5 flat, either below or above. Holding a steady early pace. Sachs is doing much of the work. Dudek right behind. They go through 1,600 meters in a blazing 5 minutes and 1 second. And the majority of the girls' field is through at about 5:22, A lot of D1 runners in this race. They're going to have to run a little negative split, which is possible. Just if they're in position with a lap to go in this crowded field, someone's going to pop out and someone's going to run fast and someone's going to follow, and some kids are going to hit this early qualifier. Sachs is still in the lead. And Dudek right on her shoulder, running on the rail, running that efficient route. Berkshire still holding strong in third place. There, I got it right that time. Annie H. from Romeo, she's in fourth. Ava Porras from West Ottawa in fifth. Natalia Gorisimo in sixth. Annie Herbovsky in 7. I believe that's Brooklyn Brown in 8. Could be wrong. At the front of the pack, still Helen Sachs in front. Still Natasha Dudek in second. These two really battled it out indoor, holding that same sort of strategy. Berkshire's holding strong in third. No one has made a real move on Berkshire. Gotta love the confidence she runs with. Setting hot early paces and just wondering if anyone will follow. Through 6 laps, we are going to come in just above 7:30. 7:30 is 10 flat pace. Sachs is still in first. Dudek is right behind. 7:35, about 10:07 pace. They've fallen off a little bit, but don't be shocked that the last lap is blazing. Sachs still in first place. Dudek close behind. 8:53, 67 for a sub 10. They were at 77 seconds for that last lap. Sachs is still first. Berkshire in third. Dudek pouring it on. Natasha Dudek. Great racing from her. Looking to run sub 10. I don't think it's going to happen, but an excellent performance from the Pioneer freshman, Helen Sachs in second place. Berkshire still holding on in third place. I think her PR is 10:30. Anyhow, a great performance from Berkshire. You have Natalia Gorissimo in 4th. Ella Goodsell in 5th. Ava Porras in 6th. We'll see where the camera is for 7s. Violet from Romeo coming in. A couple early qualifiers. Big chunk of the field coming in at sub-11s. Let's check the scoreboard. Dudek runs at 10:03, the number 8 time in the country this year. Helen Sachs 10:09. Katie Berkshire with 10:30, a personal best. Natalia Gorissimo etches her name into the D1 state final. She runs 10:36.6. Ella Goodsell 10:37.24. The fast rising Romeo Jr. Ava Porras, she'll be running at the state meet 10:38.43. That was Rachel Smith, who I didn't recognize, in 7th, 10:38.91. Another outstanding freshman, number 8 time in the state this year. 7 of the top 8 times in the state of Michigan run in this 3,200 meters. Violet Herbovsky 10:42, huge personal best. Annie H 10:44, best time of the season. Amelia Garces 10:44. Kayla Williams 10:47. Isla Holben 10:48. Let's go through some more results here. Sienna Clemmer 10:49. Olivia Purdy 10:50.64. Hannah Bojas 10:54.49. Annabelle Lohman 10:57.8. So 11:06. That's a early qualifier for Lohman. Jane Manthei makes it the state meet. 11:02 for Foltz, early qualifier. What else we got here? Alyssa Kramer 11:05, early qualifier. Clara Kaiser sadly misses out just slightly, but runs the season's best of 11:06.95. Grace Wanch 11:15. Lila Dowling 11:17. Sadie Seaforth 11:21. Annika Turbeek, personal best of 11:23. Emmy Clore 11:38. Anna Saibenga 11:55. And we got some boys on the track. Brooklyn Brown sadly did not start. All right. I'm going to chill for a second. First heat of the boys, 32 is on the track. You got 30 runners in this. I think they're just going to call back. Oh, fun. Who false started in the guys 32? Come on. Heat 3 would be, let's say, 11 minutes probably for this first heat. We'll say 14 before the next one starts. I'm going to say 28 minutes. But come back in 25.
32, boys 3,200 giveaway.
And the people in the chat are talking about Keon. Let's see. Let's see here. Straight buns. Okay, that's probably a deletable comment. Joey Light, don't be talking about goat like that. Keon's peak was indoor. I thought Troy always peaked at the Jackson invite though. So I'll talk my stuff right there. Anyhow, boys 32, first heat. Xavier Simon, Sean Rogers, Tanner Carlson, Caden Hughes, Ben Keebaugh, Zayden Buskirk, Adolfo Vera Rangel, Connor Morrison, Aaron Crittenden, Amon Hum, Landon Miller, Beckett Swanson, Peyton Crawfus, Noah Dubridge, Liam Hauserman, Timothy Wolf, Jackson Thalen, Isaiah Morrow, William Warner, Abe Kiyunis, Wesley Chafee, Clayton Peacock, Brady Edwards, Silas Ackley, Jack Kraft, Connor Schmidt, William McDonald, Drew Davis, Jakin Whitney, and Anthony Rowe. Kyle literally ran 906 indoors, says Justin Johnson, but did he figuratively run 206 indoors? That's the real question. Kyle did also have the best ice bucket challenge video of anyone out there, so I think that gains him a few seconds. Anyway, 800 meters in, around 237. 10:30 pace. Who's seated first? Jack Bidwell, 8:58. I'll run through the first seeds. Bidwell, 8:58. Kyle, 9:06. Colin Murray, 9:08. Litzner, 9:10. Workman, 9:13. Gus Rohde, 9:16. Moises Salazar, 9:17. Tommy Larson, 9:17. Hank Dixon, 9:17. Dixon can run much faster than 9:17. Engber's 9:18, Ty Levinson 9:20, Jackson Lamb, who ran 4:13 last week, he can run faster than 9:20 as well. Will Engbers, did I say him already? Anyway, 3 laps in, right around 4 minutes. Or about 10:40 pace. People in the comments are Hating on Luka overrated. I think they're talking about Luka Doncic, who's definitely overrated. Can't play defense. Through a mile. Boys are through in about 5:16. Fastest personal best in the field appears to be Connor Schmidt from Claire, the 10:06. Majority of these kids are around that 10:35, 10:45 kind of range. Which means, just as in the girls' field, we're looking at some of the best times for many in their life. Shepherd Boyd's dominated up front. Could be Jack Kraft, Drew Davis, Jake and Whitney. Anyhow, through 5 laps in about 6:35. Anyway, girls 32, my girls EQ lists are updated. So to recap, of the 7 people who have early qualified in the 32, all 7 have come today. One wasn't here. It was Victoria Garces over at Bay City Western. I got to think that's strategic and interesting that she would run over there. But you really can't argue with the strategy of a girl who ran 5:20 after 5:20 to win cross-country state. She'll be primed and ready to go in a few weeks at state. 7 girls qualified. That's the bell right there. Anyway, 6 early qualifiers. Rachel Smith, Ava Porras. I swear I say that last name wrong every time. Gorissimo, Victoria Garces, Helen Saxon, Natasha Dudek. In D2, EQs, from 4 girls here. You also had Ava Schaefer Maker tonight in Davison. And Sophie Skeels at Golden Triangle. Natalie Foltz at 11:02. Brooklyn Brown. It appears that was right. I didn't see that in the log results. 10:47 for Brooklyn Brown. Quite a junior year for the Cadillac Viking. Annabelle Lohman 10:57. Appears we have some boys. 3,200 results. Jakin Whitney, Shepherd sophomore, followed closely by his teammate Billy McDonald, William McDonald, 10:24 and 10:25. Silas Ackley, young freshman from Hart, 10:27. Anthony Rowe from Breckenridge, 10:28. Connor Schmidt, 10:33. Who is the GOAT, LeBron or Jordan? I'm going to say the GOAT's Magic Johnson, because he actually played a longer time. Won in multiple eras. Didn't lose to the Pistons really too much. Nah. GOAT's Jordan. 6 titles in 8 years ain't hard to be argued with. Going back through the field of the top 14, 11 of the top 14 boys hit personal bests. Among them, Jack Kraft with his 10:35, Wesley Chafee 10:37, Brady Edwards 10:37, Drew Davis 10:42, Clayton Peacock 10:45, William Warner 10:49, Abe Kiyunis 10:50, great time for a young freshman. Aaron Crittenden, he runs 11:04, season best. Zeke Morrow 11:09. But people in the comments, Jordan might be the greatest player, but man, he was a horrible owner. Absolutely terrible owner. And we got to thank Jordan for the Rip Hamilton for Jerry Stackhouse trade that helped deliver the Pistons the title. Anyhow, another Heat, boys, 32. In the second to last heat, we have PRs, or seed times I should say, ranging from 9:39 all the way down to 10:29. Got Nolan Mitchell from P-Dub, McGill McGuire from Cadillac, Jack Helsel from Manton, Jackson Bowman coming from the ice bath in Saugatuck to the nice, pristine spring evening in Shepherd. Elijah Baltiera from Elma. Charlie George, P-Dubs. Grant Rakoff, Saugatuck. Alan George from P-Dub. Everett Beach from Lansing Catholic. Kevin Terpstra from Elma. Joe Treadwell from Lansing Catholic. Sawyer Monroe from Saugatuck. Luke Gates, presumably brother of stud Stella Gates and Charlie Gates. Bryce Cahoon from Shepherd, Ethan Gerlach from West Ottawa, Ben Verellen, Gladwin, Flying G, Noah Johnston from Caledonia, Jackson Walthorn from DeWitt, Anthony Plana from Frankenmuth, Court Thompson, having a great senior year over at Caledonia, Manton Ranger, Robert Dykehouse, Blake Taylor from Fremont, Corey Jones from Comstock Park, Josh Slocum, TCSF, Noah Devereaux, from Langsburg. Ethan Schaffner from Cedar Springs. Ian Boss from TC Central. Sean Ryan, GR Christian. Carter Sherman from Fremont. Andrew Comrade, my Michigan basketball fan comrade from Comstock Park. Mika Small from Grand Rapids Christian. Bingen Bertrand from Ithaca. Dylan Liddick from Hazlitt. And Brett Magnus from Frankenmuth. They go through 400 meters in a minute and 7 seconds. Minute 8, minute 9. That's 9:20 pace. Let's go through some of these early qualifiers. For D2, the 32 is 9:25. D1, it's 9:14. D3, 9:43. And D4, 10 flat. State qualifier for D4 is 10:29. For D3, it's 10:07. D2, it's 9:45. In D1, 9:33. Let's see if these boys can put themselves in position to qualify, or even with a great race, guarantee themselves a spot in the state finals. I believe that's Dylan Liddick from Hazlitt in first. That should be Court Thompson in there in third, second and third. Let's look through here. I saw purple jerseys. So probably Noah Johnston and Court Thompson. I believe that's Magnus in fourth. Three laps in. Still appears to be Liddick, setting an early pace. Let's see if someone takes a chance and tries to join them. Got the Caledonia boys working together. They're through 3 laps in 3:30. That's about 70 seconds per lap. 9:20 equivalent pace. The majority of the field, 3:36 to 3:40. Some stragglers around 3:45, around that 10 flat sort of pace. So anyway, going back to the girls' race, of the top 14, they all hit top 22 times in the state. Top 20 marks by the top 12 girls. Top 10 marks by the top 8 girls. And the number 1 and number 2 marks in the state this year from Helen Sachs and Natasha Dudek. Dudek, number 8 time in the state this year. In the country. Helen Sachs, number 17 times in the country. Caledonia boys have taken over the lead, coming through a mile in around 4:43. Good chunk of the field. The field has definitely spread out about a bit in that last lap. But I would say a good 80-90% of the field is under 5 flat. Caledonian boys have stepped on it. Liddick has matched the move. We'll have to see who's in fourth here. I believe that's Josh Slocum in fourth. And he looks to be moving his way into third. Now, whether that's Thompson or Johnson, I have no idea. But they have really injected some pace in the fourth and fifth laps here. Running with an excellent patience the last few laps, or the first few laps. We're really working it through 2,000 meters. And Slocum has moved up and given these two a challenge here. He's in third. Liddick's still hanging on in fourth. The PNC was in fifth. From a distance, it looks like a Grand Rapids Christian jersey, but let's see. Yes, it is Grand Rapids Christian. Who? Your guess is as good as mine. Magnus in sixth. I believe that's Lansing Catholic in seventh. Anyhow, through 6 laps, 2 Caledonia boys, Josh Slocum hanging back in third place. Three laps, 2 laps to go. Actually, 1 lap to go. Dang, can't even count. Slocum still in third. 2 Caledonia boys. First and second. Grand Rapids Christian making a late run. 200 meters to go. It's a 4-man race. Slocum in it. The Scots in it. Grand Rapids Christian. Caledonia swung wide. Slocum moving up. It's going to be Caledonia. I will find out who in a second here. 9:28, 9:30. (9:36). Some late sprints. Bryce Cahoon, 9:41. Court Thompson, number 16 time in the state this year, 9:28. He was first place. He was followed by his teammate. Had to be Ooh, I said Brett Magnus. We'll have to see these results. Josh Slocum, 9:29.77. That is an early qualifier from Mr. Slocum, the Gladiator. Noah Johnson, 9:29.98. Sean Ryan, 9:31.8. Anonymous, you got to be my buddy Larry Cubitt or something. Am I right? Bryce Cahoon, 9:41. Dylan Liddick, 9:36. Andrew Comrade, personal best for the Comstock Park senior and fellow Michigan basketball aficionado, 9:43. Ian Boss, he runs a personal best, 9:44.76. Sean Ryan. Appears they screwed up the results at first. Let's see. Okay, Sean Ryan, 9:31. Just reading these live results. Everett Beach, 9:44. Brett Magnus was 9:46. Josh Slocum was 9:29. Noah Johnson, 9:29.98. Robert Dykehouse, Manton, personal best. All right. Let's see. Let's go through this field here. Fast heat, hot heat, quick heat. Got a lot of boys in this. Let's see the start list. Aiden Ashworth from Allendale, Jackson Myers from Allendale, James Latstetter, Flushing, Landon Stika from Ithaca, Nolan Lungoski Shepherd, Steven Zawacki, fast rising freshman sophomore from Forestals Eastern, Mason Hill, Killian Whalen, both from Allendale, Alex Tyndall, the Mason County Eastern D4 stud, Gavin Kadick from Fenton, young freshman, Hayden Gold from Big Rapids, Brody Karg, making his way from the shores of Lake Huron from Harbor Beach, Keegan Hoekstra, Grand Rapids Christian, Ian Morgan, Okemos, Abraham McHugh, Marshall, Beckett Crooks from Pioneer, Levi Youngcraig, West Ottawa, Keon Schneeweiss from Troy, Zeke Baltiero from Alma, Elijah Christensen from Gladwin, Landon Pestrew, St. Louis, Ty Levinson, Bloomfield Hills, Jackson Lamb, 9 from Lloyd Norrix, Caleb Keller from Traverse City Central, Will Angbers, Holland Christian, Hank Dixon, Henry Dixon, or the Zach Panning lookalike from Horstels Eastern, Moises Salazar from Adrian, Thomas Larson from Alma, Gus Rohde from Reed City, Jonah Workman, also a big Michigan basketball fan and football fan, East Grand Rapids, Gabe Litzner, Sault Ste. Marie, Colin Murray, Divine Child, Kyle O'Rourke from Milford, and last but not least, heading to Michigan next year, Jack Bidwell from Marshall. I'm going 4 boys, sub 8 or sub 9. Bidwell with the win. And it's going to be Bidwell, O'Rourke, Litzner, and then one of Murray or Workman for sub 9. And Thomas Larson's going to be very close. Anyhow, D1 early qualifier, 9:14, 4:37 pace, around 69 seconds a lap. D2 early qualifiers 9:25, and they are off. See Ty Levinson up there.
I
200 meters, around 33, 34 seconds. I disagree, Navala. He's going to do what he does in cross country, like take off at a mile. All right, Rohde's in front. Bidwell in second. They go through 400 meters, around 65. Gus still in first. Jack is following. Ty Levinson in third. And Michael Navala, I will stop getting my predictions wrong on you guys when you stop coming in clutch at regionals and state and stop chilling early in the year and let other teams win their September championships while you guys capture conference and regional crowns. Jack Bidwell goes to the front. He is through 2 laps in around 2:16. O'Rourke is hanging in there. Gus in second. Levinson in fourth, or actually fifth right now. It appears to be O'Rourke in third. I cannot tell who that is in second. I believe that could be Colin Murray, though. Yeah, that's Murray in second. Anyhow, Bidwell still in the lead. O'Rourke pulling up on the outside. Jackson Lamb in fourth. Jonah Workman in fifth. They go through 1,200 meters, 3:25, which is about 9:08 sort of pace. O'Rourke in second. He's moved into second there behind Bidwell. Murray in third. Jackson Lamb in fourth. Jackson Lamb has excellent speed. So if he's near the end, watch out. Levinson in the second pack, trying to bridge the gap. Comments are saying these guys need to speed it up. I would count on O'Rourke injecting a lot of pace into it, probably with 1,200 to go. And yeah, Jack can close. I know Jack can close. But I think relative to the state knowledge, I think Jackson Lamb is a definite candidate for some things. Litzner is in 6th place. Larson is in there. They go through a mile around 4:32 or so. Bidwell still in first. O'Rourke trailing. Murray in third. Lamb in fourth. Jonah Workman in there. So just to recap, they were on 2:16, 3:25, so about 69 seconds. Then around 68 for that lap heading into a mile. So they did pick it up a little bit. Instead of being packed up, they've spread out a little bit on this 5th lap. Bidwell still in first place. O'Rourke is challenging. Murray in third. Workman in fourth. Lamb has fallen off a little bit. Henry Dixon moving his way up right now. They go through in around 5:41, about 68, 69 second lap. O'Rourke is still there. Murray still there. Workman hanging in there quite well. Bidwell leading off the charge, taking the daring position of leading from the front, doing much of the work for his competitors. It's a pack of 4 in front right now. Henry Dixon is looking to make his way into the pack, though. He's cutting into that gap. He was hanging back in about 8th or 9th for a bit of time. He has moved his way into 5th. I don't know if he'll run out of real estate but he is definitely going to make a bid for it. O'Rourke is trying to take over the lead here, heading in with 2 laps to go. Murray in third, Workman in fourth, Henry Dixon moving his way up, gritting and grinding, trying to wake his way up to that final pack, that first pack. I know Henry has a kick, second in indoor state, 154. And part of a Force Hills Easton squad, it's always great at the 4x8. O'Rourke always goes for this move here. And he tries to wear out the field, burn out the kicks of his competitors. But if Bidwell is close, if Murray is close, if Workman is close, and if Hank Dixon is close, it might come down to the wire. O'Rourke has the lead, 600 to go. They're at 7:26. They're going to want to be around 7:55 at the bell to have a chance at breaking 9. Unless you're Hunter Jones, you can close in 60. O'Rourke has taken the lead. He's really injected some pace into this. Bidwell has matched his move. Murray's in third. Workman in fourth. Henry Dixon in fifth. He hits the bell in 7:56. Bidwell is right there. But it's those two, O'Rourke and Bidwell. Bidwell has closed the gap. O'Rourke trying to break him. Those two in the race. Henry Dixon still trying to make up ground in fifth. Murray's in third. Henry Dixon has moved into fourth, past Workman. Bidwell has really turned on the afterburners, showing off, flashing that 150, 800 speed. Opening up his stride, hitting the arms. Orange spikes flaring up the track. 100 meters to go. He's at 8:44. Is he going to make a break for sub 9? It's going to be close. He's 8:52, 53, 54, 55. Sub 9 for Jack Bidwell. Claiming the Shepherd Bluejay win. Kyle O'Rourke in second place. Believe that to be Dixon in third. Murray in fourth. Workman in fifth. 8:57.9 for Bidwell, number 1 time in the state of Michigan this year. O'Rourke 9:02, Dixon 9:03, Murray 9:03, Workman 9:06. Top 5 times in the state this year, all run here at Bluejay. Beckett Crooks representing the purple power, 9:11.25. That's a state qualifier, early qualifier for Beckett, Workman, Colin Murray, Henry Dixon, Kyle O'Rourke, and Jack Bidwell. 9:17 for Salazar, early qualifying time, personal best. 9:14 for Litzner. Ty Levinson, 9:18.76, personal best, heading to state next year. Immense talent. Alex Tyndall, 9:21. Whoa. Thomas Larson, 9:22. Jackson Lamb, 9:22. Season's best or personal best from each of the top 12. Abe McHugh, 9:23. That's a state qualifier. Larson made it to state with his 9:22. Elijah Christensen just barely misses out, but runs top 20 time in the state, 9:25.9. Killian Whalen, 9:26.1. Whew. Brody Karg, 9:26.86, early qualifying time. Nolan Lungoski, 9:28. Seventeen of the top 28 times in the state this year run here at Bluejay. James Latsetter, Latstetter from Flushing, 930.5. Landon Pestrew, 930.9. I believe that's a D3 early qualifier. And it is 943 was the mark he had to hit. He's going to state meet. Gus Rohde, also 2 if he wants to run the 32. Gavin Kadick, young sophomore or freshman running 932.
Sydney final call for the girls 1600-meter relay. Second call boys 1600-meter relay. There will be 2 heats on each of the girls and the boys 1600-meter relay.
And the 32's over, which only means it's Tim Simpson and Lansing Catholic 4x4 time. Oh, the wrong thing. I love people in the stands complaining about the lack of people running the 4x4. I'm sure after 9 hours at a track meet, they just probably want to go home. Anyway, just 2 people in this first section, which I understand that it's kind of frustrating, but looks like Potterville and Saugatuck both scratched. Larry Cubitt, sadly I can't come to BNC at TCC. Maybe I'll make a summertime trip to Traverse City and run with you guys or bike with you guys in the summer or something. But what am I doing next week? I don't even know. I would say only if Caleb Keller will sign my shoes. That's the only reason I would go. All right, anyhow, some D2 early qualifiers, 32 today. Okay, maybe I was looking at the D2 time wrong, but... Okay. So it's interesting on the... Wait, did I click on the wrong thing? Is that the early qualifying list? Here, let's look at this. Click on the wrong thing. 32. So you've had 8 qualifiers thus far. All are today. One wasn't here, and that was Edison Lopeman over at Golden Triangle. He won there last year, making a huge statement, and he appears that he won there again. That's another kid who can kick with anyone. So if it's him and Bidwell at D2 State, that might be pretty fun. I have not been commissioned to work any of the Mitka stuff yet, so maybe I'll go there for that 32. Who knows? Anyhow, 7 qualifiers from today. Jack Bidwell, Henry Dixon, Colin Murray, Jonah Workman, Moises Salazar, Tommy Larson, and Abraham McHugh. Pretty good time for the young sophomore from Marshall. For D3, anyhow, Joy Evans made a big comeback on this 4x4. Hard to believe that 421 was in the slow heat. That's pretty wild. Anyhow, D3 early qualifiers for girls. You had Grace Wunsch and Alyssa Kramer. You also had Kaya Hoffman make it from the, I believe that would be Big Rapids Cardinal invite. For boys, we had 3 early qualifiers: Josh Slocum, Landon Pestru, and Gus Rohde. For the girls' D4 scene, Jane Manthei. You also had Melinda Lambros and Elodie Weaver over at Davison. And Kaylee Livingston also at Davison. And then boys, D4 EQs, Tyndall and Karg, Landon Livingston earlier today, and I don't know why this name keeps popping up on the D4 list, but Luke Long, who's a homeschool kid, I guess it's probably an error in athletic.net. Anyhow, girls 4x4s. Fowler's got the number 2 time in all of D4. Let's look at D3. Lansing Catholic, number 1 time in D3. Chip Hills, the number 4. Hart, number 5. So 3 of the top 5 times in D3. And then Fowler with one of the top times in D4. All these lineups made up of stars from each team. Heen, Nienhuis, Hopkins from Hart, Thalen, Weber, Schaefer, Huffnagel from Fowler, Abbott, Hatfield, Gibson, Nellis from Chip Hills. And the top-seeded team is Lansing Catholic, 408. Tim Simpson loves a good 4x4. his ultra competitive self. Josie Bishop, Izzy Curry, Stella Gates, and Frances Malin.
And they're off this final heat of the girls' 1600 relay.
One leg in, that's Malin from Lansing Catholic. Don't call her Frances Mellon. Fowler on the outside. Hart looking good. Malin hands out from first. Hart was second. Lansing Catholic in first place. I believe that's Josie Bishop. I could be wrong on that, though. Hart's in second. Appears to be Fowler in third. And perhaps Cadillac in fourth. Shepard in sixth. Chip Hills in seventh. And P-Dub in eighth. Through two legs. Yeah, that's Curry from Lansing Catholic. They hand off the stick in 2:04. Hart close behind, 2:06. Fowler in third. Cadillac 4. Lansing Catholic only extending their lead. And the Cougars are going to hand off in first place. 3:07. Hart in second. Chippewa Hills has moved up. Fowler, Shepard, Danica Ritas probably on this final leg. Ooh, someone went down. Lansing Catholic in the lead. Hart in second. Shepard in fourth. Chip Hills in fifth. But Lansing Catholic cruising through. An impressive performance from the Cougars. There is a battle for second place. I believe that between Fowler and Hart. Looks like Fowler is going to get it. But Lansing Catholic holds on, even lowering their top D3 time. Fowler is second. Hart third. Shepard fourth. .409 early qualifier for D2. 4:14 early qualifier for D3. Lansing Catholic runs 4:08:35. Fowler second and 4:12:52. Hart third and 4:13:8. Shepard 4:14:68.
This will be the first of 2 for the boys, 1600 meter relay.
Kelsey was available. Kelsey was available. No, Leah's not. You can go for it then. Sorry, she didn't do it today.
Number 39 time in the state for Fowler. That's season's best. Hart was a 4:13:8 season best. Shepard, season best of 4:14.
Attention athletes and coaches. Just want to make one more request. Please again, pick up all the trash that you can in the infield and all the bleachers. Thank you so much. We really appreciate all of this.
Yes, everybody does.
Anyway, boys, 4x4. How come when I plug my phone in, it just doesn't charge? There we go. First heat on the track: Carson City, Manton, Cadillac, Saugatuck, Sacred Heart, Ionia. Porter Westorp moving his way up to the 400. He's going to hand off the baton some excellent strength training, about a 53. Might help that 200 meters. Cadillac with a lead through 2 legs. 150 on the stick. Cadillac has been passed by Sacred Heart. Rough handoff from Saugatuck there. Ionia and Carson City. Sacred Heart is going to take the win in this first section of the boys 4x4. Final section represented by 8 teams. Potterville, or let's do it this way. St. Louis in lane 8, Potterville in 1, P-Dub in 7, Shepherd in 6, Lansing Catholic in lane, I don't know what I'm talking about. P-Dub is 7, Shepherd's in 2, Lansing Catholic's in 6, Hearts in lane 3, Fowler's in lane 4, Elma's in lane 5. Hearts got the number 4 time in D3 this year. Fowler's got the number 1 time in D2 or T4. Man, I'm tired. Lansing Catholic ranks 10th in D3. Alma down the list a bit in D4. But don't be shocked if they have a capable of state qualifying 4x4. Man, I'm tired. So yeah, it's looking to be about a 3-horse race between Fowler, Alma, Hart, and Lansing Catholic takes a ton of pride in their 4x4, and they want to place highly at state, and gaining points at the end of the meet like this is high priority for Coach Simpson's squad.
I don't need the rest of them. Did Spice just go back in, or are they still in their van?
And here, final race of the evening. I wish they would get this one going. What are we waiting for? Here we go. Guns up. They're out.
This is the boys 1600 meter relay.
I think we can sit down for one more. Brady Feldpausch out hard for Fowler. Thomas Larson still recovering from that 32 for Elma. Hart's out well. Shepard looks pretty good. The ladder is for the camera. Fully automatic camera. Poema Westphalia hang in there. Elma making a late run. Lansing Catholic trying to hold strong. Fowler hands off first. Brady Feldpausch. Poema Westphalia looking good on the outside. Lansing Catholic moving up on the outside into third. Fowler still in first place, commanding lead. Lansing Catholic is cutting into it. Fowler hands off the stick at 143. Lansing Catholic in second, 146. Elma in there. Elma get a better exchange. They're in second place right now. P-Dub in third and fourth. Fowler still in first, commanding lead. The D4 school. Track Havens over there. Fowler has widened the gap. They are in first place, 236. Lansing Catholic in second, Elma in third, P-Dub in fourth, Hart 5, Shepard 6. Potterville's in there too, and St. Louis rounding out the field. Fowler looks like they're going to take this one home. Lansing Catholic in second, Elma in third, Poema Westphalia in fourth. Fowler powering through. Their best time this season was a 3:29.78. It looks like they're going to crush through that. Whoa. 3:26 for the D4 squad. Lansing Catholic in second. Elma in third. P-Dub in fourth. Nolan Longuski making a run for fifth, but Potterville looks to hold him off. Ooh, a dive through the line. We've hit the track. Got track burn. 3:26.98 is the number one time in D4. Camera is off. We are done. I'm going to still talk because I want to see how exactly that 3:26 ranks in the state this year. Good job on the camera.
Thanks.
Where am I? So 4x4. Okay, it ranks a little further down than I thought it would, but 326.98 is the number 20 time as of today, all divisions. And peering at the list here, all but one of those teams are D1 teams. Fowler, better than any D3 squad in the state, and better than all but one D2 squad, all from a school of probably like 200 kids. All right, I'm done here. Tired of talking. I've been talking for 8 hours. I'm normally an introvert. I hate talking. I'm going to get some good sleep. See you folks down at Farmington tomorrow, where hopefully we get some quick times and great competition, and hopefully a 100-meter, 110-meter hurdle and 300 hurdle state record.
Small school Shepherd Bluejay Hit champion, the team from Guam, Australia, with 192 points. Over the girls' large division, in second place, we had the team of Cadillac with 108 points. And the 2025 Shepherd Bluejay Invite Champion for the girls' large school, the team from Lansing Catholic Central with 109.5 points. Moving over to the boys' small division. In second place, the team from Fowler with 147 points. And the 2025 Shepherd Bluejay Invitational Champion, Loma Westphalia with 158.5 points. And last but certainly not least, the boys' large division in second place with 108.5 points. The team from Shepherd. And your 2025 Shepherd Bluejay Invitational Champions, the team from Elma with 119 points. All medals and trophies can be picked up in the middle of the concession building, in the side facing the field. On behalf of Shepherd Track and Field and Shepherd Athletics, we want to thank you for the 2025 Shepherd Bluejay Invitational. Please drive home safely and have a great night. For now.
I'm all shook up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. My hands shaking, my knees are weak. I can't seem to stand on my own feet. What do you think when you have such a little love? I'm all shook up. She like got her lips are like a volcano. It's like I'm proud to say that she's my buttercup. I'm in love. I'm all shook up. Yeah. My tongue gets tied, but I try to sweet. There's only one cure for this body of mine. That's to have that girl and a love so fine. She touching my hand, and what a chill I got. Her lips are like